6 p.m. I know it's a little sluggish in the afternoon, but I hope we can continue and find something interesting. Okay, so we started off obviously with looking at fintech in the broader context, what's happening in the world, the trends, right? The competitive landscape, how things are changing so rapidly. And then we got into understanding why it's happening, right? What is digital transformation? What are the technologies that are instrumental? So we got a sense of cloud and API, right? Microservices. And also, what does cloud actually offer? And then we looked at how it is impacted and how it has been directly adapted into the whole banking space, particularly the open banking, and which is coming in India, and also the payment space, right? So basically, as is what you can see is that the investments, the unbundling, the rapid change in technology, the lower cost of storage, adoption, the smartphones in the hands of everyone, a lot of movement to cloud, investment in cloud, as well as APIs, DevOps, transformation of the software landscape. It's become a critical mass, and we are just seeing the start of it. Yeah. So I think, so what we now look at is, when we talked of digital, there's also a new movement in the whole digital assets. Yeah. And that's what we look at today. Okay. Okay. So we will look at blockchain, which is the technology that has been instrumental in, propelling this whole cryptocurrency. And then we look at some examples of cryptocurrency and what's happening to this market, and also what the central banks are doing. Okay. Okay. So basically, when we talk of financial assets, the financial assets that we know is basically cash, right? And cash and any other product like equities, fixed income, these are financial assets because these are a claim, and the claim behind it is money, right? Whereas the digital asset ecosystem is a totally different thing, and that's what we try to understand. As things stand, the digital asset ecosystem is about 2.1 trillion. Yeah, it's bigger than the GDP of Italy and Canada. And what the analysts see is that Bitcoin is increasingly being adopted. We'll understand Bitcoin. There are alternative coins or tokens are coming into play, and that's enabling new applications. And again, investments are coming in, and we saw that, right? Morgan Stanley is investing in a digital or crypto asset fund, right? As it becomes mainstream, more investments coming. Yeah. So digital asset ecosystem is something that's growing. We don't know where things are, but today's topic, you'll get to understand what's happening as things stand. Okay. So what's happening? There are about 221 million users as of June 21 who traded in a cryptocurrency or used a blockchain application, up from 66 million in May 2020. A lot of this is happening because of the concept of blockchain, which we look at as a decentralized software. And that means there is no central governing body or a regulator managing it. The applications built on this architecture is growing rapidly. Yeah, it's very fast. It's all digital. It is estimated in the US, 14% of US adults own digital assets, and an additional 13% plan to buy. The average age of these buyers is 44 for men and 53. Sorry, this is the total average, and 53 of the buyers are female. Okay. So within today's participants, anyone has bought a digital asset, traded? Anyone? No one? No one so far. Yeah. Okay. And also what's happening is, it's been seen from the research that the holders of digital assets are getting younger. So corporates have to keep up. Yeah, the generational change. So Gen Y, millennial, Gen Z, right? There's people who are born, in the 80s, 90s, in the 20s to 10s, they are the ones who are adopting digital assets. And these generations expect native internet transactions to be frictionless and digital. Yeah. So they are actually the ones driving the expectations that everything is on internet based. It's also a lot of this focuses on real time and no middlemen. Yeah. So for example, Coinbase, we looked at Coinbase as a digital asset exchange, a crypto exchange. Yeah. It's one of the fintechs that has grown substantially large. Yeah. Yeah. This is again a snapshot of the digital asset ecosystem. Yeah. So I think the key thing to look at it is the categories. Yeah. So if you look at from the left, you have wallets and custody services. Yeah. So this is really how you keep your digital assets, exchanges and cryptocurrency trading. Yeah. There's so many there, right? I'm sure some of you may recognize this. I'm sure Coinbase is there, and I think we've seen ads of what Coin DCX and things like that, right? That comes. I myself, I'm not traded on these, but there's a list of the exchanges in cryptocurrency trading. Okay. Then you have the marketplaces, P2P lending, merchant services, okay, enterprise currencies, decentralized finance, which is a big thing, infrastructure, analytics, KYC, AML, IoT, Internet of Things, and we'll look at it in the next session, identity and content management, and cryptocurrency mining. Yeah. So you see what has happened is there's a complete ecosystem of services and technology firms and fintechs that has grown around this asset ecosystem. And as the digital asset value goes, you see more and more fintechs in this space. And this itself becomes a very big piece to monitor and probably be aware of, because I think it's opening up something that no one has a past history to see how it will move. Yeah. So this is from the SEC, which is the US Securities Exchange Commission. I think the transformation we're living through right now could be every bit as big as the internet in the 1990s. So that's the assessment on digital assets and fintech. Yeah. So I just reiterate that the evolution of fintech, as we saw on day one, and now digital assets, is something no one has seen before, and they can only estimate that it's going to be revolutionary, big, and it's important to be on top of things. Okay. So basically, the foundation of digital assets is blockchain. Yeah, is software. Yeah, it's all software. There is no. It's totally digital technologies, hardware, software that takes care of it. And if you heard of this name, right? He was the one who started Netscape, and he is famous for this statement: "Software is eating the world," and we are seeing that, right? The fintechs are competing, and now digital assets are also going to do that. And for example, software is the foundation of Netflix, Uber, Airbnb, and others. Yeah? So we can actually see real world examples of software being the ones, and digital, is pioneering a transformation. And digital assets represent an architectural shift in how technology works. It is a move to distributed consensus. So there is no one source. It's a distributed model and distribution consensus. And anyone can establish a process that provides consistency and trust. So that's one of the key foundation of digital assets, and blockchain. You'll understand this. Money is the easiest application, and Bitcoin use case is where it started. Yeah, because money is easy. So Bitcoin became a proxy, the digital assets for money. Any questions, everyone? So what is blockchain? So let's get to the thing. It's basically a system of recording information in a way that makes it difficult or impossible to change, hack, or cheat the system. Yeah, we'll understand this a little better. Essentially, it's a digital ledger of transactions that is duplicated and distributed across the entire network of computer systems on the blockchain. So it's basically not a physical ledger, it's a digital ledger, and it is not one place like a database. It is duplicated, distributed across the entire network of computer systems globally. Okay, and that's a blockchain. Each block contains a number of transactions. Every time a new transaction occurs in the blockchain, a record of the transaction is added to every participant's ledger. So let's say a participant owns a digital asset. Each participant has a ledger, and if a new block gets added, it gets reflected on every participant's ledger. Okay. So this decentralized database managed by multiple participants known as a distributed ledger. Okay. So distributed ledger technology is one of the outcomes of the blockchain technology. Yeah, it's basically series of transactions distributed with an audit trail, and you cannot change it. Blockchain is a type of digital ledger transaction. Transactions are recorded with an immutable cryptographic signature called hash. What it means is that every block has a unique identifier, a unique way. It's called a hash. We look at hash. It's like a fingerprint, right? You cannot change the block. Once it's created, that's it. Yeah? So it is immutable. If a block in one chain is changed, immediately apparent it's been tampered with. Yeah, which is why it is one of the most powerful technologies, because you cannot, as we say, you cannot change, hack, or cheat the system. Yeah. So if you use blockchain to store transactions, there is a common information that no one can change. Yeah. There's one single record that's distributed, so it's not one place that you can change. Yeah. It's a digital ledger. If hackers wanted to corrupt a blockchain, they would have to change every block in the chain across all the distributed versions of the chain. So it's very, very hard to hack in and change the content on any block, because you have to change the block, you have to then change all the record of transactions. Okay. Is this clear? We'll look at some examples. We'll also try to look at a video to get this understood. But any questions on this? So blockchains such as Bitcoins and Ethereum are constantly and continually growing as blocks are being added to the chain, significantly adds to the security of the ledger. So Bitcoin is just one implementation of blockchain. There are many others. Ethereum is the another one. Okay. So what is a blockchain? So let us try to understand. Yeah. So basically, a blockchain is a ledger, as we said, is a list of all transactions. It's basically a chain of blocks. Okay, the ledger. It's a distributed. All copies of one document are spread across users and they constantly and automatically synchronized, hence identical at all times. Okay. A node is just nothing but a computer on the blockchain that stores a ledger. Okay, so that's the basic terms, right? It's basically a node is another computer. It's basically a blockchain is a ledger of transactions and it's distributed. Yeah. Okay. So we looked at DLT, right? So what are the properties, right? We basically said that blockchain is basically one of the outcomes of DLT, but it's basically a programmable, secure, anonymous, unanimous, timestamp, cannot be changed, irreversible, and distributed. Yeah? So those are the properties of a distributed ledger technology, which blockchain is one of them. Okay. So again, Bitcoin is just a crypto asset. It's based on blockchain, but it's not Bitcoin is blockchain is not Bitcoin. Okay, it's a technology behind Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a digital token, and blockchain is a ledger to keep track of who owns the tokens. Yeah. So again, when you look at digital assets, the underlying is basically it's not a physical asset, right? It's a token of ownership or token of a transaction. Yeah. So the whole digital asset technology is based on tokens or information having tokens and more information. Okay. So basically, Bitcoin just tells you who owns the tokens. You can't have Bitcoin without blockchain, but you can have blockchain without Bitcoin. So blockchain is the building block, yeah, out of which Bitcoin is created. Other things are also created using blockchain. Okay, so let's try to understand blockchain. Okay. Anyone has any questions so far? I see a couple of questions here. Digi box. I'm not familiar with that. I can look it up and we can check this out. Yeah, Digi box. So I think the question, what is blockchain? So we'll try to understand what is blockchain. We can check up Digibox and Google and find out what it is. Okay. So what is blockchain? So let's get to the so we said basically a blockchain is a chain of blocks. Right? So you have block 1, 2, 3, etc. Right? The first block in a particular set is called a genesis block. Okay. So blockchain is a chain of blocks which contain information. The data which is stored inside a block depends on the type of blockchain. Okay. For example, a Bitcoin block contains information about the sender, receiver, number of Bitcoins to be transferred. Yeah. So if you're talking of a Bitcoin, the block contains information about Bitcoin, who's the sender, receiver, and the number. Yeah. The first block in any chain is called the genesis block. Each new block is linked to the previous block. Yeah. Block 1, block 2 is linked, block 3 is linked. Okay. Yeah. So for example, in this example, the block for Bitcoin would have who's the sender, who's the receiver, the amount, 200 Bitcoins. Okay. So we said that each block is unique, right? A block has something called as a hash. A hash is like a fingerprint unique to each block. Okay. Hash identifies a block and all its contents is always unique. Once a block is created, any change inside the block will cause the hash to change. Okay. So basically a hash is basically a algorithm which is called which is also called as the SHA 256 algorithm, and we'll look at some example. Hash is useful when you want to detect changes to the intersection. If a fingerprint changes, it does not remain the same block. Yeah. So each block has a data hash of the previous block. Yeah. So basically what you're saying is that if you change a block, there's another block linked to it. That block will find that this block is changed. Yeah. And that's how the system knows that somebody has tried to change it. Yeah. So a block has information about that particular asset. It has data, which is what for Bitcoin, we know what data it is. It has the hash for the current block and the hash for the previous block. Okay. So there's a linkage. That's how the blocks are linked by this hash. Okay. We'll look at some illustration, but I'll try to explain this. Right. So let's say you have this first block as a hash, this hash. So there is no other previous blocks. The first block, genesis block, hash is 0. Okay. Block 2 has this hash 7B27. Its previous hash is 2ZB1. Okay. Block 3 has a hash of 3DFV. Previous hash is this one, right? So that's how the blocks are linked, and they know which block to it's linked to. So if someone tries to change the hash changes, then the block is no longer valid. Okay. This technique makes the blockchain very secure. Yeah. So before we look at how, let's look at an illustration of this hash, right? And the reason it is called 256 is because it has 256 bits. Okay. So let's take a very simple thing. I'll take this word, right? Cryptocurrency, right? What it does is it's a demo. You can take it converts this into 256 bits. There are actually 64 bytes. Yeah. In this example, four bits in the per byte. Okay. So there are 256. 64 into 4 is 256. So you see that this is the hash. This is the one that is unique. Okay. So if I just make a small change, yeah. Yeah. So this is, so it creates a thing, and if you create a small addition, it changes. Okay. So basically, this is a very an algorithm that's been created, which converts all the data. So you could actually, let's say if you have a transaction, right? Please send 100,000 Bitcoins to Dr. Shailaja, right? So this is the data, right? And then I'll just say the date, 30 October. Just calculate and it creates a hash. Okay. So the data itself becomes a hash. So somebody tries to modify the hash will change. Okay. Sorry, I think I wasn't sharing the screen, right? No one had any questions? Yes, I can see. Sorry about that. Let me share the screen and just do this again. Apologies for that. I forgot to share this. So I'm just using this website, which you can find any website to do this algorithm. Okay. So I've just said, please send so many Bitcoins. And what it does is it calculates a hash. And this hash is, here there are 64 bytes, which is 64 into 4 bits per byte. It's 256 bits. That's why it's called 256. It's an algorithm that can take any data and convert this into 256 bits, which is like a signature, right? So it's like a fingerprint. So if something changes, the signature changes. Okay. So we can take any example, right? You can type in anything you want and it'll create I'll give another example. Yeah. If this is the data, if I do it, it's a hash. If I put even a full stop, it becomes a different number. Okay. And it's an algorithm that will actually calculate. It changes. Okay. So it's very, very hard to break the link. Okay. So this is the 250 SHA-256 algorithm used to create the hash for the block. Okay. So let's just go back to our okay. So what we are saying is that yeah, so this is what we saw. So what happens is, let's say that an attacker is able to change the data in block 2, right? When you change the data, the hash of the block changes, right? We saw that example, right? The quick brown fox jumps over easy. We put a full stop, it changes. But block 3 still has the old hash. It finds there's a block missing. Yeah. So they quickly realize that there has been something and they will essentially realize that this block is no longer valid. Yeah. So it's very hard for the hacker to join and break a block. Like we said, if you want to spoof something, you have to go and modify all the blocks in the chain. Okay. And we'll show you what has been done to prevent that from happening. Okay. Therefore, changing a block can make all the following blocks invalid. Yeah. So the whole chain can get lost. Any questions so far? I think the question was, understand blockchain. This is in a nutshell what a blockchain is about. Yeah. Mr. Deba, any questions? Okay. So the question is, if somebody can go and change it, right? You can go and destroy something, correct? So what the modern method is done, that computers are, have these hashes you can calculate to prevent tampering, but they can calculate thousands. But an attacker can tamper and also calculate the other blocks, right? The attacker or hacker also has these computers, right? So they can tamper with many blocks, so then you lost the integrity, right? So to prevent this, to make any change, the blockchain mechanism wants everybody who's trying to add something to show that you have done some work, a proof of work. Okay. So because there's a proof of work, it takes, time to create new blocks. Okay. So a proof of work is a computational problem that takes certain effort to solve. Okay. So by the time required to verify the results is less. So the verification is fast, but the time to actually compute takes time. Okay. So for example, in Bitcoin, it takes almost 10 minutes to calculate the required proof of work to add a new block. Okay. So somebody is adding a block saying that I have sent so much Bitcoins. The calculation can be done, but they have to show a proof of work. The proof of work will take 10 minutes. So when they put in the proof of work, it's very easy for somebody to calculate, the change. And by the time they pick another block, another 10 minutes has gone. Yeah. And in the meantime, hundreds of nodes can calculate and make sure that the work is done is correct, and they can be added to the block. Okay. So basically, it's trying to prove that there is a proof of work. Okay. This is, I know it's not the same example, but in the real world, uh, you know, like the thing, right? You say that I state that they say, give me your Aadhaar card, right? So you have to make a photocopy and do it, right? So they're trying to essentially slow down that process, okay? Or, for example, somebody, if you're a part of some fitness group, right? Somebody says that, you have to walk daily 3 kilometers, and they say you have to submit your mobile app or the pedometer app, right? So if you want to tamper, it'll take you time to actually show a pedometer that has gone 3 kilometers, right? So the same concept. The proof of work slows down people from submitting things, but the verification is very fast. Okay, I see a couple of questions again. Okay. Is this clear what a blockchain is, the concept? Okay. So how does a blockchain transaction work, right? Transaction requested, broadcast the transaction, validate transaction, add to blockchain. Yeah, I think this is clear, right? And there's a reasons why blockchains have become popular. Obviously, we know the reasons. It's distributed, no centralized, but resilience, time reduction, reliability, unchangeable transactions, fraud prevention, security, transparency, collaboration, and decentralization. So these are very powerful reasons why blockchains have become popular. Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you another video so you can now understand this blockchain, much more after this presentation. This is, I'll share the video. Just give me a second. So let me share the video and then. Is everyone seeing the screen?
Popular nowadays. But what is a blockchain? How do they work? What problems do they solve? And how can they be used? Like the name indicates, a blockchain is a chain of blocks that contains information. This technique was originally described in 1991 by a group of researchers and was originally intended to timestamp digital documents so that it's not possible to backdate them or to tamper with them, almost like a notary. However, it went by mostly unused until it was adapted by Satoshi Nakamoto in 2009 to create the digital cryptocurrency Bitcoin. Now, a blockchain is a distributed ledger that is completely open to anyone. They have an interesting property. Once some data has been recorded inside a blockchain, it becomes very difficult to change it. So how does that work? Well, let's take a closer look at a block. Each block contains some data, the hash of the block, and the hash of the previous block. The data that is stored inside a block depends on the type of blockchain. The Bitcoin blockchain, for example, stores the details about a transaction in here, such as the sender, receiver, and the amount of coins. A block also has a hash. You can compare a hash to a fingerprint. It identifies a block and all of its contents, and it's always unique, just as a fingerprint. Once a block is created, its hash is being calculated. Changing something inside the block will cause the hash to change. So in other words, hashes are very useful when you want to detect changes to blocks. If the fingerprint of a block changes, it no longer is the same block. The third element inside each block is the hash of the previous block. And this effectively creates a chain of blocks, and it's this technique that makes a blockchain so secure. Let's take an example. Here we have a chain of 3 blocks. As you can see, each block has a hash and the hash of the previous block. So block number 3 points to block number 2, and number 2 points to number 1. Now the first block is a bit special. It cannot point to previous blocks because, well, it's the first one. We call this block the genesis block. Now let's say that you tamper with the second block. This causes the hash of the block to change as well. In turn, that will make block 3 and all following blocks invalid because they no longer store a valid hash of the previous block. So changing a single block will make all following blocks invalid. But using hashes is not enough to prevent tampering. Computers these days are very fast and can calculate hundreds of thousands of hashes per second. You could effectively tamper with a block and recalculate all the hashes of other blocks to make your blockchain valid again. So to mitigate this, blockchains have something that is called proof of work. It's a mechanism that slows down the creation of new blocks. In Bitcoin's case, it takes about 10 minutes to calculate the required proof of work and add a new block to the chain. This mechanism makes it very hard to tamper with the blocks because if you tamper with one block, you'll need to recalculate the proof of work for all the following blocks. So the security of a blockchain comes from its creative use of hashing and the proof of work mechanism. But there is one more way that blockchains secure themselves, and that is by being distributed. Instead of using a central entity to manage the chain, blockchains use a peer-to-peer network and everyone is allowed to join. When someone joins this network, he gets a full copy of the blockchain. The node can use this to verify that everything is still in order. Now, let's see what happens when someone creates a new block. That block is sent to everyone on the network. Each node then verifies the block to make sure that it hasn't been tampered with. And if everything checks out, each node adds this block to their own blockchain. All the nodes in this network create consensus. They agree about what blocks are valid and which aren't. Blocks that are tampered with will be rejected by other nodes in the network. So to successfully tamper with a blockchain, you'll need to tamper with all the blocks on the chain, redo the proof of work for each block, and take control of more than 50% of the peer-to-peer network. Only then will your tampered block become accepted by everyone else. So this is almost impossible to do. Blockchains are also constantly evolving. One of the most recent developments is the creation of smart contracts. These contracts are simple programs that are stored on the blockchain and can be used to automatically exchange coins based on certain conditions. More on smart contracts in a later video. The creation of blockchain technology piqued a lot of people's interest. Soon others realized that this technology could be used for other things, like storing medical records, creating a digital notary, or even collecting taxes. So now you know what a blockchain is, how it works on a basic level, and what problems it solves. Want to learn how you can implement a simple blockchain in JavaScript? Then check out this video here. And as always, thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, hopefully you now have a very clear idea of the blockchain and what goes to make it secure, and also on how the security is maintained and how. Okay. So any questions on what a blockchain is? And I think there's a couple of questions. Digibox was a question from Mr. Debapriya. Digibox is not a blockchain; it's a digital file storage system using databases. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's get back to our thing. Okay. Now we'll go to Bitcoins, right? So you probably have a little bit of an introduction to Bitcoin, right? We saw an example how Bitcoin is implemented using the blockchain. So Bitcoin was, as the video said, was presented in a white paper by somebody. People know who the person is, named Satoshi Nakamoto, and it was a paper called a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. So Bitcoin is actually something that is a synthesis of previous experience to create internet-based money, which is not controlled by banks and could be exchanged on a peer-to-peer basis. Okay, and it is a technological evolution to diversify risk. Many are not comfortable with central governments controlling money. So that's been a lot of uh, technology work to come up with something. So Bitcoin miners run Bitcoin software. Each instance of the software maintains a copy of the Bitcoin ledger. Right? We understand, right? Every client has the complete block or the complete ledger. So the Bitcoin ledger is maintained in the form of a chain of blocks in which the block stores the cryptographic hash of the previous block. We know that. The first 50 Bitcoins were mined in 2009. The first Bitcoin transactions occurred in 2009. The first commercial transaction 2010. In fact, the first commercial transaction was 10,000 Bitcoins for 2 Papa John's pizzas, which as we speak, it's equivalent of 236 million per pizza, given the value of a Bitcoin. Yeah. So it's come a long way. There's still obviously volatility. And we also know that there's a technical limit on the number of Bitcoin, which is about 21 million. Yeah. And after Bitcoin came, the digital asset market, as we said, has reached 2.1 trillion in value. Yeah, with 100 billion plus in daily transaction and trading volume. Okay. So that's a bit about how Bitcoin came into being. Okay. Now this is about Bitcoin and Bitcoin's blockchain. Okay. So this is, as of Q3, Bitcoin's blockchain has 7 lakh blocks, 700,000 blocks, and 667 million transactions here. So you can see this is about 700,000 blocks, and the number of transactions is here 667 million. Okay, so there's a phenomenal increase in the number of transactions and the blocks. Ever since Bitcoin came, more and more cryptocurrencies have become known, popular, and you won't believe it, but currently there are 4,200 privately issued cryptocurrencies. The more recognizable names are Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. Okay. Any questions on Bitcoin as such? Has any one of you done any trading on Bitcoin? Has anyone bought ever a Bitcoin or done any purchase of a crypto asset? Okay. Looks like no, the answer. And if you look at Bitcoin as the asset and you compare it, this is the total value of gold. This is the market cap of Apple. Obviously, it changes daily. Microsoft has gone past. Google, Aramco, Amazon, silver. Facebook, Tesla has gone past a trillion as when we got this report, but Bitcoins is about close to a trillion in market cap. Okay, and Bitcoin currently there are 19 million coins. There will only be 21 million coins. Okay, and the current value is so much. It's increasingly viewed as a store of value mainly due to scalability issues. Okay, transaction validation times are long and it takes a lot of power. Yeah. So currently, Bitcoin price appear to be driven by supply and demand and institutional interest. Okay, so that's the perspective of Bitcoin as a digital asset and its value as things stand. It changes on a daily basis, so you can check up now and go online and check it out. Okay. So let's look at a small video on Bitcoin itself. Okay. The short one. Let me share it.
Bitcoin is peer-to-peer or controlled by the
Yeah, there are
people
a
that
couple of
use it.
questions I see. So Anup and Raki, when you say yes, you'll have Bitcoins, you'll have traded. Anup, oh, okay. Anup has bought Bitcoin. Okay. I guess Raki also probably said yes. Okay. Interesting. Very good. So where do you all store it? Which wallet? Or which custodian? Coin DCX. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Not that I'm saying you have to invest or don't invest. I myself do, but WazirX for Raki is done it on WazirX. Okay. Okay. Nice. Good awareness and trading. I'm sure you're making probably made some money already. Okay. Good for you. So let me just go to yeah. Let's continue with the video. Everyone is able to see the screen.
Bitcoin has no international decentralized, meaning there is no central authority controlling it. Rather, Bitcoin is peer-to-peer or controlled by the people that use it. Bitcoin has no international transaction fees, and many would say no currency regulations either. Cryptocurrencies, or digital currencies, are electronic tokens generated by networks of computers to replace traditional currencies. Bitcoins, like other cryptocurrencies such as Litecoin or Ethereum, have value based on the exchange of conventional currencies and commodities for the tokens through special internet exchanges, such as BitPay. Bitcoin is by far the most popular cryptocurrency and was created by an individual known only by the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto. Nakamoto limited the number of Bitcoins generated by the distributed network of computers in his exchange to 21 million. This limitation in supply ensures demand for the tokens, which subsequently increases its value. All Bitcoin transactions are recorded in a huge distributed ledger called a blockchain. Bitcoin transactions are grouped into a block and added to the public ledger by a process called mining. Bitcoin mining is used as a way to verify legitimate Bitcoin transactions from fraudulent attempts to respend Bitcoins. Each block is encrypted using a different mathematical algorithm that requires substantial computing power to solve. Once a block is mined, it must contain a proof of work before it's added to the blockchain. After a block is verified and accepted, the miner that solved or verified the transaction is paid a subsidy of newly created Bitcoin. Thus, the purpose of Bitcoin mining is twofold. First and foremost, to verify and record Bitcoin transactions, and secondly, to introduce new Bitcoins into the system. Although Bitcoin can be used to purchase many legitimate goods and services, it is undoubtedly an easy medium for criminals to engage in illegal activities such as money laundering, the purchasing of illegal goods, or any other transaction that criminals wish to be untraceable. On a similar note, there have been almost a dozen hacks of Bitcoin exchanges since 2010, and losses range in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Programmers and cryptocurrency communities are working hard to identify and mend the vulnerabilities in their blockchain networks. Anyone who invests in Bitcoin should have the proper internet security in place before accessing financial information and making transactions. Don't keep all of your Bitcoins in online banks or stock exchange services. Instead, use an offline Bitcoin wallet service like Electrum or Armory that let you store your Bitcoins in heavily encrypted cases on your own hard drive. Always make sure to use a strong password with these, preferably with an open source password generating software. For the ultimate security, Keep this offline wallet on a separate hard drive or a computer that isn't connected to the internet, only transferring Bitcoins to your internet-connected device when you need to complete an online transaction.
Okay, so you couldn't see my screen. I asked a question, I didn't see a response, but I think it's okay. I think we understand the concept of Bitcoin. I'm sure you can find something, you can follow up and read through this. We can send you this YouTube link. Give me a sec. I'll send you this link, and you can, if you couldn't see the screen, let me. I'll just send it across the chat box. It's just a 2-minute video, so I'm sure you can, Okay, I think you'll have the video. It's a 2-minute video. You can watch it, just to reinforce the concepts of Bitcoin. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. Okay. Okay. So we did say that, right, there's more than about 4,000 plus cryptocurrencies. Okay. So Bitcoin was the earliest, it seems, the more popular one. But as you look at from 2013 till April this year, we had market cap of 10 billion and 67 cryptocurrencies to now 4,200 and a market cap of 2.2 trillion. So the crypto assets have grown phenomenally and has become a part of many people who are trying to invest in this. Okay. Now this is looking at some of the top tokens by market value. Okay. So Bitcoin, you can see the price. This is again, this price was on end of August. It's probably gone up a lot more, I think. Either Cardano, Binance, XRP, Dogecoin, Solana, Polkadot, Uniswap, Terra. I think there's something new that is in the new Shibu Inu, but I don't track crypto so closely. But I think the idea is that there are many of these that have become big, popular, market value wise. Bitcoin and Ether are the largest, but the others are also growing. So I think for those who track crypto assets, I think it's important to sort of track this online. And this is a source is coinmarketcap.com, but you can find things here. So again, to remember that a digital asset is basically a token. Obviously, the underlying, most of them are using blockchain, but you have to find out which technology is underlying. And there's a lot of volatility. There is no centralized, mechanism to regulate it, but they are traded on many exchanges like Coinbase and maybe CoinDCX. Okay. So let's take a step back. What are the different types of digital assets? Obviously, we spent some time on blockchain and Bitcoin, but so if you categorize, there are things like cryptocurrencies, okay, which is Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin, Ethereum. There's also what is called as stable coins, and we'll try to understand what is stable coins, a non-bank stable coins. And then you have things like bank stable coins, central bank digital currency, which we'll look at. And there are also things like asset-backed tokens. Okay, so digital asset is not the one that you may be familiar as Bitcoin or blockchain. There are many emerging, and also some of them have become extremely standardized or growing. Okay. So another way of looking at it is what's a digital currency, right? So digital currency is a cryptocurrency that we looked at, a Bitcoin and Ether and so on. Then you have stable coin is another thing, and stable coin is basically something that is created to reduce the volatility. So it is tied to the value of another asset. Okay, so it could be backed by an asset, and we look at stable coin, separately. As the name says, it's tied to some assets or security. It could be currency, it could be gold, so on. There is central bank digital currency, and we will look at this. So that's becoming very, very important. So these are, and there are two types of central bank digital currency: retail and wholesale. Okay. So just keep in your mind, digital currencies could be crypto assets, stable coins, CBDC, and there are a few others that are coming in. Okay, so let's take a step back, right? We started with digital assets. So what is money and currency, right? So money, we know, is a unit of account to measure the value of a good. It's a medium of exchange for paying for goods and services, and it's a store of value, right? I think we are all familiar with it, right? Even if you have it in your wallet, a bank, or a currency, it's an account. The units. You can exchange and you can store the value. Okay, yeah. And interesting, obviously the history of paper money goes back to Mesopotamia, but China has been one of the players involved in paper money. And even if you look at the modern digital and mobile, they have been among the leaders. Yeah, so it's very interesting. Like paper money is something that they created in this year, about 600 AD. And even in mobile, they have been the pioneers. Okay, and they are very much ahead in the central bank digital currency. Yeah. So this is bit of context, right? From IOUs, coin, paper, plastic, and digital. Okay. So what is the difference between digital money and electronic money? Yeah. We hear the term, they are not the same, right? Digital money is tokenized. It's not account based. It's like the Bitcoin we talked about, right? It can be based on a central database or a blockchain. Its value can be related to a fiat currency, CBDCs or stable coins, or set by supply and demand cryptocurrencies. So these are digital currencies. Okay, digital money. Okay, so digital money is not what you hold in your bank account. Okay, electronic money is that. It's linked to a fiat, which is a government specified currency, account based, centralized, and permission. Yeah, electronic store of monetary values issued by a regulated e-money institution like the banks, right? And stored in a device, typically a smartphone or equivalent. Right? So please try to understand the difference between a digital money and digital assets. It's electronic money. So basically the concept is between tokens and accounts. Yeah. So tokens are based on chains of digital signatures like Bitcoins and anything, maybe offered by unregulated entities, typically distributed ledger, may not represent a liability of any institution, programmable to smart contracts, wallets, or may not be having KYC, maybe pseudonymous or anonymous, digital bearer instruments, synthetic and national currency units, atomic settlement, right? Because it is just transfer of the token, always on infrastructure. So that's the token economy, digital economy, okay? Digital currency. Whereas accounts that we know, right? Our cash, e-money, double entry offered by banks, database, liabilities, programmable, KYC on the account holder, not bearer instrument, not anonymous, denominated national currency units, payment messaging are separate, batch processing and store forward messaging. So please try to think of it both a digital money, e-money, tokens and accounts. So that's the way to look at in this whole concept of digital assets. Okay, I'll just pause for any questions. Okay, so what is a cryptocurrency, right? So cryptocurrency is a broad term that encompasses coins and tokens. Yeah. So coins like Bitcoin and Ether have their own native blockchain. Tokens can be built on an existing blockchain. They have a potential to add functionality. tokens are issued through initial coin offerings. Like stocks, they have the initial coin offerings. So if you want to understand this stock IPO, instead of receiving ownership, you receive a token to transfer value, to rights to a real world digital asset, the rights to access a platform, to vote and governance professor. That's what a token or a coin does. Yeah, it gives you all these rights. So there could be tokens like asset tokens, governance tokens, non-fungible tokens, platform, security, transaction, and utility tokens. Yeah? So tokens is a very broader concept. Coin is a very specific example we look at. But basically, this is again, they're typically built on digital technology blockchain, and you can add additional functions on the token. Okay. Yeah, so when you say cryptocurrency is misleading, because there is actually none of these are actually currencies. Yeah. So just, I know people use cryptocurrency. It's not a currency. At least it's not yet. They don't have the properties of money. Yeah. Again, crypto coin, sometimes people think it's money. No. But coin and token are used to differentiate, but they are not the same as money. Yeah. They are digital assets, digital money. Okay. So when we look at the difference between fiat money, like a central or a government or a central bank issued currency that is not backed by, that is not backed by gold. Yeah? It's basically currency like the US Fed reserves. Right? Whereas cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin or Ethereum, which are peer-to-peer, they rely on cryptography. Yeah? So these are the differences between fiat money and cryptocurrencies. Difference between issuer, form of money, value recognition, ledger, and supply. So keep in mind, digital assets, digital money, cryptocurrencies, which are different from e-money and fiat money. Okay. So just to look at it again, yeah, digital money is linked to generated by demand supply. Okay, linked to a fiat. E-money is purely from a government. Can be tokenized account, blockchain, centralized, permissioned or permissionless, permission-based. Examples are Bitcoin, DM, CBDCs, etc. Digital money, e-monies, Alipay, PayPal, etc. Yeah. So that's the summarize the differences between digital and electronic money. Okay. So if you look at the evolution, right, you have electronic money, which is an e-money. Commercial bank money is e-money. Central bank money is e-money, but central bank money, because of CBDC, is also getting into digital money. So cryptocurrencies are digital money. Stable coins, as we look at, are again tokens that are linked to some value. They are digital money. So digital money evolution is happening. E-money that we are quite familiar with now. Okay. So these are two different families. Okay. Anyone any questions on this? Conceptually, I think it's important to understand this. Yeah? Okay. So what is CBDC? So CBDC, as we said, is a digital money issued by governments or central banks as a digital form of fiat money. It's similarly controlled. However, they're different to e-money. They're a digital payment instrument denominated in the national unit of account. That's a direct liability of central bank. They're differentiated from other forms of central bank money as cash and reserves, as they can be exchanged in a decentralized manner. Okay. So these are instruments created to basically help with a lot of the wholesale stuff, some of the retail, and digital money is slowly being introduced. So we look at some example, but they're pushing that. They'll probably push that to maybe the commercial banks, yeah, for those which are not required for retail use. Yeah. So let's look at a very nice example of a pioneer country that's rolled out CBDC. Let me share this. Okay. Everyone can see the screen?
Eliminating as many obstacles as possible.
Can you see the screen, please? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deba. Yeah, okay. So let me continue the video so that you can.
We didn't start with the idea of a central bank digital currency.
So let me start.
We didn't start with the idea of a central bank digital currency. We focused on eliminating as many obstacles as possible for persons having access to the equivalent of a deposit account or a mobile wallet account to conduct transactions.
Hurricane Dorian made landfall on the Bahamas with wind speeds of 185 miles per hour.
The most powerful storm ever recorded to strike the island nation.
The Sand Dollar was launched as its pilot program in Exuma. Then we saw the launch happen in Abaco, which was great because that island had just suffered Hurricane Dorian, and that allowed some banking and some transactions to happen there.
If you live on an island that has just been hit by a major hurricane, then you may not have access to an ATM or bank branch. And the Sand Dollar can help you because it can be operated via mobile phones.
The Sand Dollar is the digital version of the Bahamian currency. It's built to be used on the mobile wallet platforms that our financial institutions are introducing.
We distribute the Sand Dollar to payment services providers for further distributions to institutions and merchants.
The amazing thing about Sand Dollar is that there are no fees or transaction costs. So if I need to pay one of my staff, I can do it right there in the moment. They receive it literally within seconds.
When COVID happened, I wanted to move away from handing and touching money from others for the safety of myself and my family. So using Sand Dollar just helped me be more safer and feel secure.
In many of our remote communities, there's very limited access to financial services on a daily basis.
It helps those unbanked members of our population who don't have access to commercial banking facilities.
As a partner, the IMF has been very helpful in bringing independent scrutiny to the process that we've undertaken and getting to this point. We are at a very early stage in the process of introducing the Sand Dollar. We need to leapfrog now and allow everybody to provide financial services through digital channels.
It's convenient, it's digital, and I'm always on my phone anyway, so it only makes sense to have my money in my hand.
I'm excited to see where the Bahamas goes and how we flourish with the digital economy moving forward.
Yeah, so that's very interesting video from the Bahamas. They were one of the first to introduce the central bank digital currency. So let's look a little bit about what else is there in the CBDC. Yeah. The types of CBDCs, wholesale. The participants are limited to central bank and mainly commercial banks for conducting interbank payments and settlements via reserve deposit balances and set up segregated account, issuing a digital token for the wholesale transactions here. Whereas for a general purpose, it includes wider participants, commercial banks, firms, and individuals. Commercial banks will receive a certain amount of CBDC and then distribute to individuals segregated account. General purpose could act as an alternative to cash or e-money. Okay. So that's what many banks, many countries are now trying to get into CBDC. And obviously they are a bit worried about the emergence of crypto digital assets. And they are trying to create their own digital assets, okay, which is currency linked. Yeah. So again, if you want to understand the breakdown between wholesale and general purpose here, so you have different countries at different stages of development. Canada has a project, wholesale CBDC called Project Jasper. Singapore is Ubin. South Africa, Thailand, and Europe, Japan's Project Stella. In retail, Sweden has an e-krona, which is quite old, e-peso in Uruguay, and CBDC is likely to fall in this category. Whereas account-based is obviously we already have this, right? Okay. So you have a lot of movement happening on the token-based CBDC and account-based CBDCs. Okay. And if you want to summarize it, wholesale CBDC and retail. Yeah. At a national level, you have cross-border. Retail is two-tiered issuance. You issue to regulated entities, or it's a platform approach, or you have a synthetic one going to stable coin issuers, right? Because stable coin is linked to a reserve. Okay. So there are different approaches on how central bank digital currencies are coming. And many countries are doing a lot of projects, and they're going to roll out fast. Yeah. Okay. And just to understand the difference between access-based and token-based, right? So if you doing an account-based, let's say you're I'm A, you're saying transfer one from my account to C's account, right? And you just give your ID, and the bank or whoever executes it. Yeah, they verify the ID. Whereas the digital token is basically you just give a key, right? Your private key. The public key of A verifies this is the private key, and then the verification is done, they execute. Okay, so it is really token based, whereas this is identity based. So that's the basic difference in the whole digital transactions, token based transactions. Okay, and now one way of looking at the whole taxonomy of money, right? So you have one way of universally accessible electronic, and you have central bank issued and peer-to-peer. Yeah. So peer-to-peer, you can see commodity money, cryptocurrency, wholesale, local currency. Central bank issued is settlement, CBDC, deposit, CBDC, retail cash. Electronic is virtual currency, settlement, CBDC, cryptocurrency. Universally accessible is bank deposits, CBDC, and cryptocurrency, cash, and so on. So you see this. There's a big way of looking at the whole taxonomy of digital assets and money. Yeah. And things are evolving. Right now, a lot is on e-money, which is slowly CBDC, but the crypto currencies, which are tokens right now, with a store of value, are becoming very, very important from an investment perspective. Okay. So we looked at Bitcoin. There is also another blockchain base called Ethereum. So Ethereum is the second largest blockchain. Its native digital asset is called Ether. Okay. So Ethereum blockchain is differentiated by the capability of running computer programs called smart contracts. So it is blockchain, but they have a different method of implementation called smart contracts. And gas is the fee required to execute a transaction of smart contract, and is a measure of the computational effort. Yeah. So if you want to execute a transaction, you pay a fee. Yes. Yeah? So the fees are set by miners, paid in Ether. There is, small values about so many decimals of Ether, and intend to compensate miners for the energy required to validate and process transaction. So this is another very popular. We saw the valuation, right? Ethereum. Also, it has its own network, which is on blockchain based, its own asset called Ether. Okay. Anyone with experience on Ethereum? No, I don't see anyone yet, but let's proceed. What is stablecoin? So stablecoin is what are blockchain-based digital assets collateralized to the value of an underlying asset. So like the name stable, its value is based on some underlying asset, like a fiat currency like US dollar or gold or other digital assets. The idea is to maintain a stable value. Okay. So they are not subject to extreme price volatility. So digital asset holders and traders use stable coins. What do they use? To reduce exposure to volatile assets, lock in gains from trading, transfer funds between exchanges or between exchanges and wallets as a safe haven, and as a safe haven if they expect a downturn during pullback. So somebody has Bitcoin, Ethereum, they expect it to come down. They take the value, convert it to a stable coin, and then get back. Yeah? And it's easy to exchange this from a wallet. So transferring funds via stable coins is inexpensive and fast. Yeah. So very common, prominent stable coins are Tether and USDC. Okay. Yeah. So top stable coins by market value. Tether, which is one, then USDC is USD coin. So you look at the price range, right? It's typically these are the two popular ones: Binance, DAI, Terra, and True. Yeah. I mean, this is picked up from a report in August. Things may have changed, but I think this gives you a flavor that there are many stable coins too. Okay. Non-fungible tokens. Yeah. So before I proceed, I think any questions on this whole concept of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, and blockchain? Hopefully, you have a sense of how it got evolved and what they mean, right? Anyone has any questions? Okay. Yeah, there seems to be a question. See, as the definition of stable coin, this is from Satyagarajan, basically the idea, so let's say Tether has been assigned, one Tether coin is assigned to $1, right? So basically it's not going to change. Yeah. So if you own a million Tether, it's like owning $1 million. Yeah. So its price is not going to change. USD coin, again, I think, I'm not sure what the specific underlying is, but it's USD. So it's moves in a very narrow range, and that could be the cost of buying or selling. Yeah. 0.99998. So likewise, some of these, the underlying ones could be USD, right? That is, the first three seem to be USD. Terra USD could be treasury. I'm not sure. True USD. So most of these are linked to the value of the USD, or the denominate in some form the USD value. Okay. So that's why there is not much change. If you look at the ranges, it's all close to one. And the differences could only be because of friction or demand or supply or transaction costs. Yeah. Does that answer your question? So finally, it relates to what is the underlying. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else has any questions on stablecoin? Okay. So let's then look at one of the more prominent digital assets, which is called non-fungible tokens. Yeah. So the term fungible itself, right? For example, if you have 1,000 rupees in your purse or wallet, it says to 500 rupees. You can give it to somebody and they can give you back two different 500 rupee notes, or they can give you a 500 and 200, 200, 100, right? So our currency is fungible, it is exchangeable, the value doesn't change. Whereas non-fungible means they are unique. So Bitcoins are fungible, right? It's one coin or the other. Whereas a trading card, right? If you're a collector of trading cards or a specific thing or an artwork, that's unique. Yeah. So NFT is a blockchain stored certificate of authenticity for unique digital or physical assets. So non-fungible tokens is a block certificate of some kind which authenticates that you own an underlying digital asset or the physical asset. Okay. So basically, you can buy and sell the NFT, and transaction ownership information are verified through decentralization, recorded within the blockchain and seen as stamp of proof. Yeah. So non-fungible tokens are can be sold, but they're unique. You cannot, you can't duplicate it. So the digital artwork is not the NFT. It is not stored. Yeah. So remember, the digital artwork is not the actual NFT. The NFT is the certificate, a digital certificate that shows you own the underlying artwork, or it represents the artwork. Only proof of ownership is stored. Since most widely used application is ownership of digital files, they can be used to authenticate physical assets as well. So slowly NFTs are also used to correlate to physical assets. Okay. So that's the basic concept of a non-fungible token. So majority of NFTs are built using the Ethereum blockchain network, yeah, which is likely at least partially responsible for Ether's recent, because so many NFTs are coming. Ethereum as a blockchain network, price is going, right? Demand and supply. Yeah? So NFTs could actually go to another blockchain network. There are other digital asset standards like EOS and NEO that support NFT transaction, but Ethereum dominates it. Please note, Bitcoin does not support NFTs. Okay, so somebody's trying to sell you NFTs. At least try to find out which is the blockchain network. Okay. If you don't understand the basic definition, let's look at another video too. Yeah. I'm going to open up this thing. This goes to the CNBC website, which talks about the time when Coinbase is actually trying to launch NFT trading. I will share it. So give me a moment. Okay. So let me share it now, and then we'll. Okay, everyone should be seeing the video.
We've got a news alert on Coinbase. Very busy lately. Shares are down about 3%. The company has made a major announcement about NFTs. Kate Rooney is here with the details. Kate?
Hey, Kelly, Coinbase is launching its own platform for NFTs. In a blog post, the crypto company says Coinbase NFTs, as they're calling it, will be a marketplace for minting, buying, and discovering NFTs. It plans to add social features as well and talks about making the buying process easier. To start, Coinbase says it's supporting Ethereum-based standards and it'll add other blockchains down the road, but it's not live yet. They're starting with a wait list. And NFTs, that's short for non-fungible tokens, have really taken off this year. They're essentially digital collectibles. And the Coinbase announcement is the latest move by the company to differentiate in a pretty crowded crypto trading field. Competition is heating up lately with Robinhood, Square, SoFi, and some others. It's another way for the company to diversify revenue as well. And it adds competitive pressure to the biggest NFT marketplace out there, OpenSea, which is still a private company right now. And the move comes amid more regulatory scrutiny as well for the industry. Coinbase saw that firsthand last month when the SEC threatened to sue the company over its proposed crypto lending program. And Kelly, today, Coinbase is seeing some delays on its platforms as well, with transfers, buys, sells, deposits, withdrawals, and some trades. So we're keeping an eye on that. Back to you.
Any explanation from the company as to what's causing that, Kate? And what would they bring to the table in the NFT space that these other marketplaces don't already offer?
Yeah, no commentary from Coinbase. We reached out to the company. They sent us sort of the update that says there's degraded performance on some of those. So we're keeping an eye on it for full when it comes back online. But it seems to be affecting some transfers in and out of banks. As far as Coinbase in the NFT realm, they talk about making it easier. They have scale, for one. So this company is really seen as a first mover in a lot of ways in crypto. Meanwhile, they're really kind of the last mover here in the NFT market. There's a lot of players out there already. They can bring scale. They've got millions and millions of customers, so it's probably easier for someone to open up an NFT marketplace account when they already have a Coinbase account. They've got the scale. They also talk about user experience, so that's something they've got. The scale to add a really great app and user experience where competing with the likes of Coinbase for one of these NFT startups is likely going to be harder. They talk about a social network. So it'll be interesting to see what this actually looks like. But they say it's not launching quite yet, starting there with a wait list. So we'll have to see what it looks like.
Yeah, that's always the way to build excitement and drama. Kate, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Kate Rooney.
So that gives you a sense on what's happening in the market with Coinbase and NFT, right? So NFT is taking off in a big way. there are marketplaces that have been developed, and it's something from a digital assets, and based on blockchain, it's becoming very, very prominent here. Is anyone familiar with NFTs? Anyone has studied it or heard about it? Anyone? No? Okay. Yeah. So how did NFT get started, right? So actually NFT received mass media attention through a blockchain-based game called CryptoKitties. Okay. The game was built on Ethereum blockchain and was first introduced amid the 2017 digital asset bull market. The game allows players to adopt, breed, and trade unique digital cats. The game became popular and the high volume caused congestion as early as 2017. A crypto kitty named Dragon was sold for 400 Ethereum, worth $172,000, and now it's worth 1.4 million. Dragon remains the most expensive NFT till 2021. So it started off as a game, and these digital assets became valuable, and then it has started the trend to having digital ownership of underlying digital assets and potentially physical assets. In fact, as the end of 2019, Nike was awarded a US patent for the method of generating cryptographic digital assets for footwear. So basically, you can manufacture digital footwear in the form of NFTs called CryptoKick. CryptoKicks exist only virtually and may also be traded virtually. They may be linked to physical Nike footwear in the future, but they got a patent for it. And buyers of physical shoes would be granted NFT Nike shoes at the same time, ensuring proof of ownership of the physical shoe. So basically, in the future, if they want to sell these shoes as tradables, right? It's very popular for some of these basketball shoes, then this NFT certificate will help. Yeah, so then the NFT certificate will also get transferred. Yeah. One of the motivations by Nike is to need for sneaker authenticity in its large, growing, and secondary market for collectible sneakers, valued at $6 billion. So the collectible sneakers are valuable, right? NFT use cases, it's also very popular in the media and entertainment, right? Because that's where a lot of digital assets are created. Yeah. So there's a lot of practical use cases, and many expect adaptation of NFTs by most studios. The foundation for most media is IP and content assets, which provides ample source material to create NFTs and could create demand for these new assets when coupled with a loyal and engaged fan base. Yeah. So it could even be collectibles like IPL or EPL, right? There's a lot of fan following. So there are some NFTs for a particular match or particular game, or then there could be big things. So media industry, entertainment, sports, and so on. So these are some select NFTs in the media. NBA, which is a US National Basketball Association. That's they have a marketplace, 700 million value. Then there are different sellers. 3LAU, digital item today, custom song, 11 million, Grimes, Kings of Leon. Some of these are games, music. Many of you could be familiar. Associated Press, 10 iconic photographs, MLB, Lou Gehrig's speech, and so on. South China Morning Post, Disney, Marvel, La Liga, which is football cards, etc. So it's become a big market. It's growing rapidly. So that's going to be another asset, which means you could essentially end up buying and selling NFTs on the exchanges. But these are unique. Right now, it's on Ethereum, but it's traded on Coinbase and some other markets. Maybe it's going to be available elsewhere, and you'll have new NFTs coming. Okay. And you also have, how do you break down fungible and non-fungible? Yeah. So we talked of that, right? NFTs are non-fungible. Yeah. So fungible is in-game points, stable coins, loyalty point, cryptocurrencies. Yeah. Non-fungible are in-game items, supply chain, real estate, identity, certificate, collectibles. Yeah. So there's a difference. One needs to understand what makes NFT. And restricted fungible securities, government issued. These are all issued only by certain people like stocks, whereas restricted non-fungible tokens like real estate, ownership, regulatory certifications. Yeah. So even this fungible, non-fungible token types, you have to break down and understand how these are classified. Okay. So that's the basically what I wanted to cover on, sorry, the digital assets. Any questions? I have just maybe a few more couple of slides and that's it. But I think I probably gave you enough of a context on understanding this world. And anyone have any questions or any other experience you have on cryptocurrencies or digital assets, stable coins, NFTs, Bitcoins? I know a couple of you have been trading on Bitcoins, but anyone else has any other okay. So hopefully this gives you a good overview of this world of digital assets, and you have enough information now to actually read up more or even understand the context when someone talks of Bitcoin, blockchain, stable coins, trading, right? You at least know the questions to ask. You are very savvy, and as students of, not just if you're an investor, but as students of management, this is an important asset class that is revolutionizing the whole finance world and the fintech world. I think as MBA students, you need to know this, even if you don't use it. As management students, managers, I think it is important that you are familiar with, because this is an important asset class that is growing, and it's going to compete with the what we call as the electronic money asset class. And it is also has a lot of impact in the whole capital markets world, in the trading world, also in the investment management world. Yeah. So I think it's as a student of finance itself, it's important. As an MBA student, as a manager, it is important to be aware. And obviously, you can get into more specialization or more detail if you are keen to learn the technology and know a little more. Yeah. Well, I think I'm covered for the topic for today, and I think we have to now get into the next one, which is about a bit of data, then artificial intelligence and machine learning. I don't want to start that because that's a very deep topic, and probably it's afternoon. Maybe it's a good time for all of you to have a cup of tea, and we can reconvene in 2 hours time, right? 6 p.m. Yeah. Okay, I'll leave it open for any questions, anyone. But otherwise, if you don't have questions, we can drop off and we can come back at 6 p.m. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene at 6 p.m. Yeah. Again. A question.
So today, sir, which topics you'll be covering the last fifth
Yeah,
session?
so I'll basically cover big data, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, and then keep some time to open it up. I know there's been a lot of heavy topics, but I think
Yes. Yeah, yes, yeah, definitely. It will be very helpful to get the understanding about all these things, because these technical terms looks like, for many of the students as well as scholars, those who have joined, faculties as well, they'll get familiarity with it.
yeah. I think that's why I try to keep it and give it like almost like a basic introduction and let people know what is there and understand it. There's not much technology as such,
Yeah, but that is also very helpful here, because first, before going in the in-depth part, even the basic understanding, because since about the afternoon session also, when it was about cryptocurrency and all the things, because people, they have only one term in their mind, bitcoins, but the n number of currencies and all the things are there.
And I think as long as people know how to get a context and then study further, and at least they can find out for themselves, I think that's really the key. And
that's the objective.
Yeah, and I think one important thing is, especially the students, the world is changing so much, and if you are not, you don't need to necessarily get into one of the disciplines, but you're going to be impacted. And management, or students and others will have to be aware of it, and the sooner the better.
Definitely, sir. This is going to be the future.
It is. It is.
Near future, we can say. Just a moment, sir.
Yeah.
So shall we wait for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, okay. 2 more minutes and then we'll.
Okay. Good evening, ma'am. Shailja ma'am is there.
Hi.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, Nisha.
Good evening, ma'am. I think we are good to go, ma'am. So, before that, Shailja ma'am. Ravishankar sir, shall we start?
Yeah, I think we'll get started.
Yeah, so once again, I welcome to all the participants, as well as I would like to thank you to all the participants, as well as sir, to join us. That is the fifth session, we can say, on the fourth day. That is a concluding session. And we are delighted to have the Professor Ravi sir with us. And I'm sure you all are learning a lot from all these sessions. And please post your queries in the chat box during the session, and sir will take it. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and welcome back again. Hope you had a refreshing cup of tea. I know we had a afternoon session. You know, when I started this on the first session, I did mention that, fintech is almost like a tour, right? Because you can't have one place to start. And I think what we've been trying to do is do a tour of different things. With seeing all these different examples, you probably can start seeing how the transformation because of this technologies is happening because of various pieces of technology. Yeah? It's not one. It's almost like you're an artist and you have a palette of paint and you're trying to paint, and that's what these fintechs are doing. So I think we coming to the last bit, which is one of the more recent developments and is also proving to be very revolutionary, is the whole concepts in artificial intelligence and machine learning. Okay, and a lot of that is happening because of data. So we'll look at what is data, big data, and look at some of these concepts. I have, obviously, I'm trying to not try to push you hard. I think I just want to leave enough that you can think through this and then take away and collectively reflect back. Yeah. So big data. So big data, it's like everyone talks about it. Okay. It's like fintech, right? Everyone talks about it. Nobody really knows how to do, right? Everyone thinks everyone else is using big data. Everyone claims they are doing something with big data. Yeah. So that's the thing with big data. Yeah. So this is from a professor at Duke University. Okay. This is, so those who have been in the tech world, the term big data has been going on for the last 8-10 years. So this is a meme from, one of these movies, if you've seen it, called Pulp Fiction. So I think people sometimes get tired of big data, but I think it's probably reached a critical mass with artificial intelligence and machine learning. You realize what's happening in the industry. Okay. So let's first understand what is big data. Okay. So big data is a term used for data sets that are so large or complex that traditional data processing is inadequate. So basically, the challenge is analysis, capturing, cleaning up, curation, search, sharing, storage, transfer, visualization, and updating. Yeah. So there's so much data, so big, it's changing fast that people have to figure out how to use it. And also the analysis of this data sets can find new correlations to spot business trends, prevent diseases, combat crime, etc. So there is a lot of potential in the data that's being generated. So who's generating big data? That's a question. In addition to the traditional corporate applications, social media, right? Twitter, then you have e-commerce. Obviously, in the US, the Homeland Security is tracking data, real-time search, financial services, user tracking and engagement. So there's various forms of information, data being created, whether it's on social media or e-commerce, everything that's happening around us. Yeah. So what is big data, right? What are the characteristics? Volume, velocity, and variety. Yeah. So that's really the key. The scale, the size, the fastness, and the diversity. Okay. So that's really what big data, the key characteristics are. Complexity, speed, and volume. Okay. So you have, on one side, the size, right? The other day we saw something called zettabytes, right? Storage, right? So here you have mega, giga, tera, petabytes of data. And there is increasing data variety and complexity being coming in, okay? So initially you have the traditional ERP applications, then you have CRM, then the whole web, and then you have the whole concept of big data, where every piece of information, whether it's mobile, sensors, RFIDs, user content, sentiment analysis, social interaction, GPS, maps, demographics, business data feeds, videos, audios, speech to text, SMS, MMS, right? So it's just growing. It's faster than one can actually sort of understand. So basically, big data is transactions, interactions, and observations. It's everything that's happening in this modern day, where it's all happening through a digital medium. So the volume is growing at 40% a year. So from 8 zettabyte in 2016, it has grown to 47 zettabytes. Okay, 44 zettabytes. Okay, so just to give you a sense of the scale, it's growing exponentially. So they're obviously creating new terms, right? Terabytes, petabytes, exabytes, and zettabytes. Okay, so that's the need, right? The whole unit of measuring and reporting and even estimating is changing now. Okay. So this is the tweets per day. Okay, it started off with a very small numbers, right? From 2013 it went up, and then it has just gone up to almost 500 million tweets per day, right? This is as of 2019 2039. Okay, and here you see is the size of the digital universe, right? Zettabytes, we said it's 44, right? This is 2020. So you see what is happening. You need more and more data created. So the question is, somebody is storing the data, you need storage, right? Then the question of how do you actually make sense of it, right? So that's a question that comes. Okay, I have the data. So Facebook has a lot of data, right? Twitter has a lot of data, it is growing. How are you going to actually make use of it, right? That's a question that is coming to all the engineers, technology folks. So there is a discipline called data science, which deals with a lot of things around data. Yeah, so there's an exponential increase in collected and generated data. So look at how much of data, right? This may be a little older, but if you look at it, Google, Yahoo, eBay, Facebook, Amazon Web Services, Internet Archive, JP Morgan, CERN, which is a research lab. Data is just increasing, and this is getting so old that people are not even able to track how much of data is being created. And just imagine you have to store it, right? Google stores everything, correct? We are aware, and they have so many services. Google, YouTube, you have mail, you have all the products. So they themselves having their own data, right? So look at the kinds of storage. This is an old picture of Bill Gates, yeah? That time there's just the start of the lab PC, right? The data is very small. So this is something Bill Gates at one point said for the memory. He said 640K how to be enough for anybody. Yeah? So you see, even within a lifetime, people are not able to estimate what's the scale of growth in data. Okay. The complexity, right? When we talk to volume, right? The 3 V's. Second is variety. So we started off with relational data, tables, transaction, text data, semi-structured data, graph data, streaming, right? Single application can be generating, collecting many types of data, movie reviews from IMDb, Rotten Tomatoes, product reviews. Right? So the complexity is different. It is not like easy for you to even say that this is how the data is going to be, right? We don't even know. And new types, new varieties of data is being generated. Okay. So how do you extract the knowledge, right? So you need to be able to link the data and make sense of the data. Okay. So the other way of looking at it from a customer, right? A customer, a single view of customer, which many organizations like to use through CRM and others. Social media, okay, on their entertainment, football, Netflix, purchases, known history through corporate systems, banking, gaming, right? So you see there are different personas of the customer, and if you can get the data, you have better chance of knowing their behavior, their likes, what they would like to do, right? That seems to be the ultimate goal. Yeah. So this is another way of looking at the linked data, right? Social network, we know. So social network is diversified. Then you have medical network, right? Information network. You have doctors, patients, protein, so drugs, right? So there are different types of big data generated in different disciplines. Okay. And the speed, right? Variety, the size and the speed. Data is being generated, need to be processed. Online data analytics. If you are not able to make decisions, you miss opportunities, right? Promotions. So if shops are not able to send you a quick promotion based on your purchase and location, then they miss opportunity. Healthcare monitoring, disaster management response, right? So there are a lot of need to monitor the data and report and make decisions around it. Even a simple thing like weather data, right? They get it from various things and they quickly have to decide and tell there's going to be a flood, there's going to be a typhoon approaching and so on. And you need real-time analytics sometimes, right? For a customer, you need product recommendations, improving marketing, preventing fraud, joining a network for game or activity, understanding why customers are switching. So a lot of influence, trying to influence the behavior and understand the behavior. Right? That's what I think many are trying to use the customer, right? All that requires some use of the data they have generated, the data footprint. Any questions? Yeah, there seems to be a question. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct, Siddharth. Yeah. And I think it's growing at different dimensions that that's why we are looking at what is, in addition to, data storage and databases and, people using cloud providers for the data. But what we are going to look at is how do you use the data, right? And that's a good thing is there's more data, so you can start making correlations, and that's where artificial intelligence and machine learning comes in. Okay. So actually we started out with volume, variety, and velocity, right? There is three other characteristics that is very important in the space of data science. Data quality, how quality is it? Is it visible? Is it readable? Is it, be able to visualize it? And finally, it's meaningless if it does not provide value, right? So the three measurable are volume, variety, velocity, but there are three other V's, which, obviously people have coined this for quality, data quality, visualization, and value. Okay. So veracity, what it means is quantity plus quality, right? What is the capacity? Is the query feasible? Can we query and make some sense of it? How do you do it on big data? And then can we trust our answers to the queries, right? Are we getting the right information? Are we picking up the right information? Are we collecting it correctly? If you don't do it correctly, you can lose revenue credibility. Yeah. So the study of data quality is also important as quantity. Yeah. So quality and trust is important. Yeah. Just because you have volumes of data does not necessarily give you an added competitive edge unless you can make the right sense about it. Okay. Yeah, in real life, data is not clean, it's dirty. Okay. Yeah, so there's a lot of cleanup required. In UK, this may be a little old, but there are 881 million national insurance numbers, only 60 million eligible citizens, right? So much data, sometimes it's not clean. There's a lot of data cleanup required. Data has to be processed, curated, right? So there's a lot of issues with the data, right? It's not ready for you to actually use. That basically 98,000 deaths occur in the North America, US because of errors in medical data. That's worrisome, right? That means your data is wrong. It's leading to wrong conclusions. Yeah. And in this case, deaths. And in Australia, 5 lakh people still have their active Medicare cards. So the scope for fraud and things like that also. So you don't necessarily see a real accurate data. Just because you have data doesn't mean it is accurate. Yeah? So I think that's the other challenge. So quality is important, not just quantity. visualization. Yeah. The other thing is, how do you make the data available for you to see, right? So if you have data but you can't visualize, then it's not very useful. So there's a lot of efforts that have gone into visualization of the data so that you can make sense. And I will show you one example of that, a demo of that. Okay. And value, right? Big data is meaningless if it does not provide value towards a meaningful goal. Okay. You have so much data. How do you convert it to value? How do you help you with your sales, marketing, monetization, okay, or decision making? Okay. So we have 3 V's and another 3 V's that I've added on. Yeah. So if you look at it, volume, yeah, data in motion, velocity, data in many forms, variety, data in doubt, veracity, right? So you need that. And then you have open data in the sense, how do you look at it and pull it and look at it, right? Visibility, visualization, and monetization of the data. Yeah. So this is one summary way of looking at big data and understanding the dimensions here. So we know data has been produced in multiple forms, but one needs to approach data, big data, and data analytics in this form. So, the technical world, once you do it, people like to create more and more, V's, right? So it's almost variability, viscosity, virality, volatility. Yeah? So let's not get into the details there, but yeah. So I'll just take you through one demo of visualization. Okay, so just let's stop here and let me pull up this website, and then let's okay, let me share that now. It's a simple dashboard of, okay, if you can see this come up, this is basically a visualization of the flights in the US. I don't know where the data sets are, but you can see the different data filters. So what you see is different views of the data, right? So this is extremely powerful. This is a map. So there's a bit of data. It has data for about 3 million, flights. It's showing the average delay. I don't necessarily have but you can zoom in and zoom out, right? So basically the data is there and it's made it in a presentable form that one can use. Departure delays, okay? So this shows you by airline, which are the airlines which are departure delay in mind. So it looks at historical data. The question of BI. BI is business intelligence is a science for using data. Visualization is one part of using that intelligence. Okay. Then arrival is a matrix of day of week and arrival delay by month. So this is looking at the data. You can say that this is delayed by 9.8 minutes on Thursdays in June. Okay. So this is, you can actually have the data and tell you what makes sense, right? So this has maximum delays are happening in December. Okay. Maybe because of the weather, right? Maximum delays are also occurring on Thursdays. Okay. So I'm saying it is so powerful. Without visualization, you will not be able to make sense. You'll have to look at it in rows. And this data is, it's summary. Okay. And then you have flight arrival and delay by departure time. Okay. So this is done till 2020. Okay. 2020. And then you can see number of records. So it's from going back to 1991. So you can see arrival delay, right? The oscillation. Obviously, one studies this further, you'll see what is the units. And this is flights by carrier, right? Which ones are the more, which flights are much more frequent and so on. And the flight records, okay? Actual records. Okay, so you can actually see all the records of the flights. Okay, so you see that you can see the same data is being presented in different forms, in a visual forms, where you can start making some conclusions. You can at least even look at the data in a much more easier form than just rows of table on an Excel sheet. Yeah? So this is a powerful example of visualization. Okay? So there are many tools, many companies that provide visualization tools. Microsoft has, Talent has, Tableau has, there's plenty of them. Yeah, but I think the power is using the data, coming up with something that is useful and helps you with first monitoring and maybe making decisions. Okay, so this is an example of visualization. Yeah. So you can look at the number of data points, right? We're talking of actual so many flights, 3 million flights with so much parameters, right? So it's huge amount of data. Okay. There's any other parameter? I'll take a look, but this is just to give you a flavor of what visualization is about. Okay. Okay. So that part was a short introduction to what is big data and the varieties and the various ways of looking at it. Okay. So now we'll actually get back to our focus on artificial intelligence and machine learning. Okay. So this is an introduction. That's a very complex piece. A lot of mathematics are involved. So I sort of distill just the understanding. Okay. So everyone you hear is now very enthusiastic about artificial intelligence. What is it and why is it so important now? Right? I think that's a question. And there is a growing interest. The field is, the specialists understand better, but I think it's high time everyone also understand what's happening in that area, because it is going to have a big impact in the whole technology world, not just finance, in all disciplines. And it's increasingly becoming part of every technologist's toolkit. Okay. So basically, artificial intelligence is a science of intelligent programs. It was actually coined by a professor in 1956. Basically said artificial intelligence, a general term, refers to hardware or software that exhibits behavior which appears intelligent. Yeah. He said the science and engineer are making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. Basic AI has been there for decades by a rule-based program, but progress has been limited because algorithms to tackle many real-world problems were too complex for program by hand. So the questions were there, but I think it was a little complicated for many. Okay, we'll get to machine learning, but it's a part of AI. So this is a bit of a cartoon, but I think it explains it a lot, right? So what it says is this, that you put data into the system and stir it, you get answers. The answers are wrong, you stir it again and they start looking right? So I think that's to some extent is how a lot of it works, is that it's an algorithm that keeps looking at the same data and keeps on refining it. So machine learning is a subset of AI. Okay, all machine learning is AI, but not all AI is machine learning. Yeah? So we'll try to understand the difference. So today there's a lot of enthusiasm in AI, particularly for machine learning. Okay, so machine learning helps us tackle problems that are too complex for humans by shifting some of the burdens to algorithms. Okay, and machine learning is a field of study that gives computers the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed. Okay. And the goal is to develop a prediction engine for a particular use case. Okay. So basically, let's say an algorithm receives information about a domain, say films a person has watched in the past, weigh the inputs to make a prediction of the person watching something in the future, right? This is what Netflix does, right? By giving computers the ability to learn, we pass the task of optimization of weighing variables in the available data. Okay, it's okay. Okay. Why is AI important, right? So AI is important because it tackles very difficult problems and problems that can be applied in many sectors. Yeah, health, education, commerce, transport, utility, entertainment. Okay. So fundamentally, AI, if you take a step back, the research has been in 5 areas. Okay, I think it's just give me a sec. I think it's going out of the screen. So let me. Yeah. So basically, it focused on these 5 fields: reasoning, how to solve problems through logical deduction. The second is knowledge, the ability to represent the knowledge about the world. Okay. The third is ability to set goals and achieve the goals, planning. Then communication, to understand written and spoken languages, and perception, to deduce things about the world from visual images, sounds, and other sensory inputs. So basically, these were the 5 areas that a lot of research was done in terms of artificial intelligence research. And obviously, it is in a number of industries, right? Health, education, commerce, which is finance, transport, utilities, entertainment. And this is not an exhaustive list. I think it's applied in almost every other area. Yeah. So what some examples, right? Reasoning, legal assessment, financial asset management, application processing, games, autonomous weapon systems, reasoning. Knowledge, medical diagnosis, drug creation, media recommendation, purchase prediction, financial market trading, fraud prevention. So these are the use cases. Planning is for logistics, scheduling, navigation, physical and digital network optimization, maintenance, predictive maintenance, demand forecasting, inventory. And communication, right? Voice control, intelligent agents, assistance, translation, real-time transcription. And perception is autonomous vehicles, medical diagnosis, surveillance. Right? So you see the use cases in these 5 areas, right? It's huge. It's pretty big. Yeah? And we have just started the process of trying to apply it in real world. So in the coming years, all this machine learning capability is going to be employed in all sectors. Okay, let's take even HR, right? If you apply it, recruitment can be improved with enhanced targeting, intelligent job matching, and partially automated assessment. Workforce management can be enhanced by predictive planning of personal requirements and absence. Workforce learning as content can be suited to the employee is based on recommendation, and employee churn by predicting that valuable employees may be at risk, right? In fact, over time, the adoption of machine learning is going to become normal. Yeah, it's going to be part of the developer's toolkit. It will improve and then it will reinvent the processes. Yeah, so this is the power, and I think that's really what I think is very, very exciting that things could happen. So one use case, right? In UK, 90% and 80% of freight is transferred via the road, right? If you use autonomous vehicles, right? We talked about it. Safety, 90% of accidents are caused by driver inattention. So if you use autonomous vehicles, maybe you improve your safety record, right? Employment, you're going to save costs. So there's going to be an impact. Insurance premium will fall if you actually have more safe vehicles. Economics, likely to use on-demand transportation, okay, and vehicle throughput planning, right? So you see, AI has a power not just at an individual company, but at a country level. It can change a particular industry. Yeah, in many ways, some which we may find employment may be negative, but it's going to have an impact. Yeah, and so it's going to happen soon. Any questions on this so far? So why is AI and machine learning become of age today, right? We saw the same for digital transformation. Why did it happen, right? We knew the changes in technology. So there are some reasons why AI has become very, very of age these days, okay? And there are 5 reasons. Primarily, improved algorithms, specialized hardware, extensive data, cloud services, and interest in entrepreneurship. Okay. So this is maybe some old, graphs, but You see, there are two pieces. One is human level image recognition and human level speech recognition. Okay. So this is a level of human image, and this is computer image recognition. Okay. This is the error rate. Okay. So humans could recognize images at 5% error rate and speech at about 5%. Over a period of time, the computer's error rate has come from like little less than 30% to what the human level is. And speech, you see, there was no progress, and suddenly there has been a massive progress that speech recognition is almost close to what humans can. And this has come because of algorithms. This is actually a stunning picture, right? We would, without seeing this picture, you would not imagine the advances in the algorithms. Because finally, what matters is the error rate, right? And if the error rates are no different from humans, then these algorithms can actually recognize images and speech like humans. Was anyone aware of this? How much of advances have happened in this space? This is very stunning. Just imagine, this is 2015. I couldn't find the information. You never know that the algorithms can have gone better than the human, human capacity. So just look at it. If you make calls to many places, right, there's voice automated systems, right? Then there are systems that, if you use voice to text features in Google or any software, you can actually do that. I myself have taken voice and converted to text, right? So these algorithms have become much more sophisticated that you can't even, you're not even trying to see if you can be better than them. Yeah. I think this is a question. I think so. It's in these two areas, it's probably going to have error rate, right? And I think the reason is these algorithms, and we look at how this machine learning happens, but these algorithms use data, do different samples, and they start finding out, coming out with outputs, and they find that these outputs are better than people say it's okay, and it gets better and better. Yeah? So I certainly think that it's not going to get worse than human. It's going to get better only from an error rate. Next is sorry. And why has this happened? Yeah, this has happened because of graphical processing units. Graphical processing units are specialized electronic circuits that are slashing the time required to train neural networks used for deep learning. We'll get into a bit of deep learning, but a simple graphic processing unit can offer a 5% improvement in training time, which gains 10x. So basically, because you have better processing units for learning image recognition, right? Or synthesizing voice, you're able to train it faster and faster. So to your question is, if something is wrong, you say it is wrong, and then it sort of figures out and makes and goes on a path and becomes more and more accurate. So second one is algorithm, second is graphical processing units, which have become much more sophisticated and powerful. Okay, so if you look at this example, because of this is the speed of images. Okay, speed up of image per second versus GPU in 2013. Now you are able to actually do 60 times the training speed. That means you are able to actually parse through 60 times the number of images required to train the algorithm or the machine to detect images. So you're able to train at 60 times what was there in 2013. And this 2016, you're probably doing, you're probably done it at, you're probably doing it, I don't know, maybe 600 times all, right? It's all exponential. So the question is, the machines are able to make and learn so much faster That it's become of age, and that is the reason it has become of age. It's no longer a question whether how much it gets applied. I think we have to see. But GPU is one. Then extensive data, and we just looked at data, right? You see, this is what gigabyte this per second. So this is into units, logarithmic scale, right? The internet traffic is increasing rapidly. So you have more data. So you have more data to play and use artificial intelligence. Okay. And we talked of cloud, right? But there is another way. So cloud providers are providing cloud services. Yeah, but they are providing a lot of cloud-based machine learning services from image recognition to language that developers can use, right? So not just the IT part or the infrastructure platform application or SaaS, it's actual support to artificial intelligence. So Google machine learning offers us easily accessible service for vision, content, speech, everything. Microsoft Cognitive Service has 21 services. So the cloud providers themselves are offering modules for you to use it for your data. So it is becoming extremely, extremely, fast of deploying this for your business. Yeah. And interest in entrepreneurship, right? We are aware, right? There's more opportunity, more use cases, more money to be made, a lot more interest in people investing. Yeah. I think I used the same graph. Okay. Okay. So AI has become of age for a number of reasons. We saw it is because of algorithms, it's because of GPU, it's because of data, it's because of cloud services provided to speed up the process, and there's interest in entrepreneurship, investment. So if you want to look at it all holistically, this is artificial intelligence. Within artificial intelligence is machine learning. Okay. So artificial intelligence we saw came from the 50s. Within that is machine learning, started in the 80s. And now we are seeing a breakthrough happening in deep learning. Okay. Any questions so far? Has anyone seen this? There is this a serial on Amazon. It's called Person of Interest. Has anyone seen that? No. Basically, it's a very interesting theme that they have constructed a machine, set of algorithms, machine learning. So it's able to look at every camera, every voice, everything, puts the data and defines out that somebody is in danger or somebody is going to commit a crime, and then there is a team that goes and prevents that crime. Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. And that serial came in 2011 and it went on for 5 seasons. It's called Person of Interest. It's very entertaining also. So I would recommend you watch it and you start understanding the kind of potential that people saw even 10 years ago. Okay. Yeah. Any questions so far? Have any of you studied any bit of this in your prior to your MBA, either in undergraduate or in engineering? Algorithms, artificial intelligence, machine learning, or have come across? Okay. There's a great time to actually be learning this, right? Because the world is going to be all about it as we go along. Yeah. So let's look at an introduction. Yeah. Have you used Siri, Alexa, or Amazon's Echo? Do you use a spam filter to keep your email blocks clean? Do you subscribe to Netflix and rely on it to discover new? If you have an answer to yes, you have made use of machine learning. Okay. So if you think you don't have an example of machine learning, these are some examples. Okay. So machine learning sounds complicated. It does require a technical background, but you can easily understand as a concept here. So we'll try to use that to understand concept. Does anyone use Siri, Alexa, Netflix? Come on, don't tell me you don't use Netflix. No one uses Alexa, Siri, voice commands on your phone? Okay. This is what Bill Gates said some time ago. A breakthrough in machine learning would be worth 10 Microsofts. Though machine learning is modern, the earliest development in machine learning was Thomas Bayes' publication of his Bayes theorem. I'm sure those of you who studied probability have heard about it, right? But basically, the theorem finds a probability of an event given historic data about similar events, right? If you have done some calculus, you would have heard of Bayes theorem or probability. In fact, this branch is one of the branches for machine learning. It tries to find the likely occurrence based on previous information. In fact, Bayes theorem is just a fancy way of saying learning from experience, the fundamental idea of machine learning. Okay, so that's an easy way of telling what machine learning is. Yeah, you learn and you learn. Yeah, is a question. Netflix. Yeah, okay. This is a photo of a person called as Alan Turing. Okay. This is what he said. He was a computer scientist and probably one of the earlier exponents of artificial intelligence. And there is a test which is named after him called the Turing test. But this is what he said, right? He said, one day ladies will take their computers for a walk in the park and tell each other, my little computer said such a funny thing this morning. Yeah. Has anyone heard of Alan Turing? So who is Alan Turing and why is he so famous? Yeah, he's considered the father of modern computer science. I see a couple of answers. Yes, from Anup and Debopriya. Yeah. He's famous for his work developing the first modern computers, decoding the encryption of the German spy during the World War, and detailing a procedure known as the Turing test, forming the basis of artificial intelligence. Yeah. So he basically, I'll explain the test, but he's very famous for formulating this question like in the early 1950s. Okay. So basically, he created in 1950 a so-called where a computer must fool a human through text conversation into thinking she's speaking to another human. Yeah, so that is the test. He said the machine can be considered intelligent if it passes. That means if you are speaking to someone, you don't know if it's a machine or human, that computer should be able to respond that you can't make out the difference. Okay. And if you want to look at it, during the Turing test, the human questioner asks a series of questions to both respondents. Okay. So this is the human questioner asking a human respondent and a computer. After a specified time, the questioner tries to decide which terminal is operated by the human respondent and which terminal is operated by the computer. Okay. And that's the thing. They're saying that if a machine is smart enough to respond, that's what he said is artificial intelligence. Very fascinating, right? Okay. And if you can Google, you'll find a series of how he went through that experiment, a series of questions. It's very easily written, and you can read it and find it's very fun read also. So this is the Turing test. Yeah. So this was the concept of artificial intelligence is the machine should be able to respond to a human kind of conversation. Yeah, so after this, the first true machine learning program was created in 1952 by a person called Arthur Samuel. He created a simple checkers game where the computer was able to learn strategy from previous plays and future. So checkers is a game again created on a chessboard but with coins, yeah, not chess coins. And then somebody called Donald Michie created a learning-based tic-tac-toe program, the X and O program. If you have played, that's when he created, yeah. And then for several decades, there's a technology breakthrough, newer sophisticated computers. Okay. Then the first thing that was done in 1997, the IBM chess computer beat Garry Kasparov. Yeah. So you can see, right? Because chess, we know that does rules, but there's still human skill, human intelligence, and human recollection of past games. So Deep Blue was a computer that was given a lot of that history and they're able to beat. Okay. And more recently, Google developed something called AlphaGo, which is an old Chinese game. And it was assumed to be too complex, but they finally beat one of the champions in 2016, a 5-game match. So you see the progress in machine learning, right? The ability to have human-like skills, ability to use past data, the ability to build machines that could use past data and refine and do better. Yeah. Okay. Any of you play chess? There's a question too. Yeah, I think yes is the father. Anyone plays chess? Okay. We have quite a few chess players. I'm sure they must have heard about Deep Blue, Anup, Siddharth, Pooja, Shini. Okay. Pradeep. Okay. That's interesting. So I think you all must be quite familiar with the whole story about Garry Kasparov losing to the IBM thing. Game theory. Yeah. Okay. Good, good, good. So machine learning is a lot of algebra, calculus, probability, statistics, very complex. We don't have to get into this, but I just want to leave you that it uses linear algebra concept like matrix operations, eigenvalues, vector spaces, calculus concept like partial derivatives, vector functions, directional gradients, and statistical concept like Bayes theorem, combinatoric sampling methods. Yeah? So it's a very deep mathematical space. I don't think I myself am not familiar with the space, and I don't think this is only for those who want to actually go and do a master's in machine learning or do a course and are interested in mathematics and are hands-on. Right? I think it's interesting to know, but it's important to understand the science behind it. Yeah, the mathematics. So, what is the machine learning process? Right? I think we probably now understand this. Right? Gathering data from various sources, cleaning data to have homogeneity, model building, selecting the right ML algorithm, gaining insights from the model results, data visualization, transforming results into visual graphs. So that's one way of looking at the entire thing. And obviously learning as we go along. Yeah. We'll take to a small video. Okay, I think it will probably cement some of the concepts that you have been listening to. Yeah. Give me a moment to share the. Can everyone see the screen and hear the volume? Is the screen and volume okay? Okay, great. So just watch. It's a short video. 3 minutes.
My name is Ali Flores, and I'm a product manager at Alexa. My name is Dr. Chelsea Haupt. I work at the Allen Institute for Artificial Intelligence, and I work on an AI-powered academic search engine. All around you, computers are making decisions, and those decisions affect your daily life. When you do an internet search or scroll through your newsfeed, computers decide what you see. Computers can already recognize your face and understand your voice, and soon they'll be driving cars and detecting diseases even better than humans. So how is any of this possible?
You may have heard about something called AI, or artificial intelligence. True artificial intelligence is decades away. But there's a type of AI called machine learning that is here today. It's a type of AI you probably interact with every day without even knowing it. And it has the opportunity to help us tackle some of the world's biggest challenges.
Machine learning is how computers recognize patterns and make decisions without being explicitly programmed. What's so exciting is that it's a completely different way to program a computer than what we've ever done before. With machine learning, instead of programming a computer step by step, you can program a computer to learn just like you learn, through trial and error and lots of practice.
Learning comes from experience, and that's true for machine learning too. In this case, experience means lots and lots of data. Machine learning can take in any kind of data, images, video, audio, or text, and begin to recognize patterns in that data. Once it learns to recognize patterns in the data, it can also learn to make predictions based on those patterns, like noticing the difference between an image of a car and an image of a bicycle.
AI and machine learning are playing a bigger and bigger role in society at large and shaping all of our futures. That's why it's so important to learn how it works with some hands-on experience. Remember, AI is like any tool. First you get the knowledge, then you get the power.
Yeah, that was just a simple introduction. I think, just to cement what you just heard, before. Any questions on this? Yeah, so I think there's a question from Mr. Deva. Yeah, and we'll get into that and the different methods of AI, methods of machine learning. Yeah. Anyone else has any other questions so far? Okay. I basically kept it at a level that it's conceptual so that we don't have to get into deeper. So really okay with the next few. We shouldn't take too long to do this today. Yeah. Yeah, so this, we'll understand this a little better, but basically there are different methods for looking at machine learning. Yeah. Different methods, like one is classification or regression, one is clustering, some is called dimensionality reduction. Yeah. So machine learning itself can be looked at in different forms. Okay. So for example, classification is, if you have data which is labeled, then you can use a classification method. If you don't have this, then you can actually look at clustering. If you have some quantity, you can look at regression. If you have some random stuff, you can look at reduction. So this is depending on the data, the learning method applies. So let's try to understand a bit. What's machine learning, right? So we know that it's basically the practice of using algorithms to parse data, learn, make determination or prediction. It's always going to make a prediction, but you use the data. There are three types of machine learning: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. Okay. So we will try to understand these, what it means. The three methods. So machine learning, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Okay. So supervised learning, there are two methods there: classification and regression. Okay. So for example, classification method, you can have identity fraud detection, image classification, customer diagnostics. Okay. In regression, you basically have population growth prediction, estimation, life expectancy, market forecasting, weather forecasting, advertising popularity. So that is a question, right? So it depends on the data, and it depends on what you want to do. You can actually get into forecasting, or you get into classification. Okay. So classification is just identifying that example, right? Car or bicycle, whereas regression is trying to use the data for making a prediction. So you have to then decide what you want, what kind of focus you have with your data. Unsupervised learning is basically clustering, recommendations, segmentation, targeted marketing, or you have something called as dimensionality reduction, big data visualization, right? So you're trying to bring it to a form, feature elicitation, structure discovery, meaningful compression. Yeah. And reinforcement learning is real-time decisions, robo navigation, learning tasks, skill acquisition, game. Yeah. So machine learning itself has different ways of approaching for the data you have and what your goal is. Okay. So machine learning is much more disciplined than what we started off thinking. Okay. So let's try to understand a little bit. Yeah. Supervised learning involves sets of labeled data. So the computer can use or provide data to recognize new instances of each label type. Okay. So there are two types there: classification and regression. So what does classification do is it is trained to separate a group into specific classes. Example is spam filter. Yeah. We saw this example, right? It analyzes the mails. It looks at the ones you are marked as spam and compares. If certain percentage matches, then these new mails are tagged as spam. Otherwise, they are sent to your inbox. Yeah. So this is basically a way of using classification, looking at the existing data. Whereas regression, the second type is regression. It uses the previous data to make predictions of the future. So weather apps, right? Using historical data about weather events, your phone's weather app can look at and make predictions about the future time frame. Yeah. So supervised learning, you have classification and regression. Yeah, so I think there's another question that comes in. Yeah. So basically, so the question was, AI/ML takes into account historical data and patterns. Yes, but it depends on what you want to do with the data, right? If it is classification, you use certain kind of supervised learning for classification. You use methods. If you want prediction, you use regression. So it really depends on your purpose and the kind of data and what algorithms you want to apply for it. Yeah. Okay. Next is unsupervised learning. The data is unlabeled. So in most real world, data is unlabeled. So unsupervised learning is divided into clustering and dimensionality reduction. So clustering is used group objects based on properties and behaviors, because the groups are not provided. So it's different from classification. Okay. For example, is dividing a group into different groups based on age and marital status, and then target marketing. Yeah. So it's basically, they're not labeled, but based on it itself starts sorting and creating groups based on certain characteristics that the machine itself determines. Okay. Whereas dimensionality reduction, reducing the variables of data by finding commonalities. So a lot of data visualization uses dimensionality reduction. So it tries to find some common variables and then presents the information so that you can identify trends and rules. Okay. So these are two methods in unsupervised learning. And the last is reinforcement learning. It uses the machine's personal history and experience to make decisions. So this is reinforced learning is game playing. Yeah. As opposed to supervised reinforcement learning is not concerned with correct answers. Okay, it just focuses on performance, and that's how human beings work, right? And positive and negative consequences. If you touch a hot stove, you know that you not repeat. So the chess playing computer can learn not to move its king to a space accessible to the opponent's space, right? So this fundamental lesson of chess can be extended to the machine. Okay. So reinforcement learning, the machine learns by itself, and if it's not correct or wrong, but it sort of figures out what to do next. Okay. Okay. So these are the basic techniques, methods used in machine learning. I'm just giving you the basic concept. So, you at least understand that it is a little more sophisticated than, the term machine learning itself is. Yeah. I pause here for any questions. I know it's a lot of concepts to go in, and it's not going to get any more detailed, and we'll probably wrap up earlier today. But I just want you to start making sense that this is a new area, and we look at some more examples here. But I just want to take a pause from a concept now and ask if there are any questions on. Let's look at some examples. Okay. We looked at this, right? Image recognition. For example, real world examples, it can look at an image and identify, so things like it can be used for medical. It can look at an X-ray and say it's looks cancerous or no. It can assign a name on a photograph, right? You're seeing that on Facebook, right? It detects your face and somebody posts a picture of you, tells you, is it you? It requires handwriting by segmenting a letter into smaller images. Yeah? It's also used for facial recognition within an image. Okay. So sometimes the database of the system can find commonalities and match. Is used in law enforcement. So if you're seeing some of those crime serials, right, they're able to match fingerprints, they're able to match faces. Okay? So image recognition is one of the very, very powerful machine learning examples. Have you all used Google image search, reverse image search? Any one of you? It's a very nice feature. If you find some photo and you have this quiz, somebody you want to find out where it is, you do a reverse image search and it will find out and give you information about that image. Yeah, okay. So Devopriya has used it. Yeah. So I think that's an example of, image recognition, which Google, like we said, Google has a lot of these algorithms and it's able to do that. Speech recognition. Yeah. We talked about speech recognition. Yeah. So machine learning can translate speech into text. Certain software application can convert live voice recorded speech into a text file. Yeah. So speech can be segmented by intensities on time frequency. Real world is voice search, voice dialing, appliance control. Some common uses of speech recognition are devices like Google Home or Amazon Alexa. Have any of you used it for making notes or translating or converting text to voice and voice to text? Yeah, it is quite powerful, and you can get some of these free utilities for doing that. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Deba has done this. Yeah, he's used it. Yeah. Okay. And medical diagnosis, right? We've talked about it, right? Physicians use chatbots with speech recognition to determine pattern and symptoms. Formulating a diagnosis, oncology and pathology use machine learning to recognize cancerous tissue, analyze bodily fluids. Joint use of facial recognition and machine learning helps scan facial photos and identify phenotypes that correlate a rare genetic disease. So medical technology is using a lot of machine learning, yeah, for diagnosis. Okay. So that's another very, very powerful example used in the modern world. Statistical arbitrage, obviously used in the financial services. Arbitrage is an automated trading strategy to use in finance to manage large volume. It uses algorithm to analyze some securities, economic variables, and sometimes it's used, algorithm trading in micro market, microstructure, large data sets, real-time arbitrage. Yeah. So machine learning helps to optimize. Yeah. So it's used a lot in the financial world. Especially there are a lot of algorithms that look at text, scan through the text, and determine if it's going to be good for the market or bad, and sell automatic orders, sends orders, buy, sell. Yeah. So things have become very, very sophisticated, including text parsing, sentiment analysis. Yeah. Okay. There's one more example of predictive analysis. Yeah. So when you have a lot of data, you can classify it, and then you can, based on the classification, you can look at some examples to know whether a transaction is fraudulent based on certain data that is shown up, or groups, or look at possibility of fault. Yeah. So it's one of the most promising things. It's used from product development, real estate, pricing, everywhere. Yeah. So predictive analytics is very, very big growing thing. Okay. That's quite a bit big set of examples, right? So we can see that while we ourselves may not, I think the world of machine learning, and then it gets into deep learning, which is a lot more. I'll just explain deep learning later when we finish. But artificial intelligence, machine learning is the one that's made tremendous progress. And another example is extraction. Extract structured information from unstructured data, huge volumes of data, right? So the machine learning will automate the process. You can use it for including things like medical use. Yeah, look at the data and say, is there going to be a problem with voice? Is there a disorder? Right. So there's a lot of this is happening. Yeah, which you have data, and it's very powerful. Yeah, and as long as we can apply it, and the interesting thing is, you should try to find many of these things are available online. You can try to play around with it, become familiar, whether you use it for business or use it for statistics or even for other use cases. If you think there are a lot of open source things, if you know a bit of programming, you can try and apply it. So I think it's a great opportunity for those who want to get a little more hands-on. Any questions so far? Yeah. So we looked a lot at the artificial intelligence and machine learning using big data. So now let's look at how the data is being used also in and this is a question that came about Internet of Things yesterday, right? So when you have data and you have devices, then there are other applications that come in, yeah? Beyond artificial intelligence, and this actual pieces of data that machine learning can actually be applied. Yeah. So one of these areas is Internet of Things, that refers to network connected physical devices. For example, it's a smart light bulb. Yeah. So what has happened because of machine learning, Internet of IoT devices are smarter, more sophisticated, and machine learning has two main applications relating to IoT, making your devices better and gathering your data. Yeah. So I talked about this yesterday, right? You can have these devices collecting data about your machinery, and you can predict if something is going to fail. Yeah. So you can actually use the devices to personalize your environment, use facial software recognition to sense who's in the room, adjust the heat, AC accordingly. Yeah. I'm just talking of even use cases for consumer, or even data is even straightforward. Like Amazon Echo collects data and passes on to advertisers who know what you watch. And next time you go to sleep, those channels are shown when you put it on. So Internet of Things is more about devices sitting with across the globe, used in machinery, offices, consumer space. And these devices collect data about the machinery or about something, about the data, the temperature, anything. But that machine learning on top of that can help you make most of it. Anyone has worked in the space for Internet of Things? No. Okay. So this is just a summary of what Internet of Things is all about. Yeah. Device connection connectivity. IoT devices connectivity embedded intelligence. Yeah. So basically, devices that are there to collect data, you have to connect it to the recipient, whether it's a machine, it's a computer, or it is some atmosphere and so on. What it does is does the data sensing and collection. Then the data is transported and sent. Yeah. The data sensing focus on access networks, cloud edge, right? So you have to be able to do this. Then you have big analysis, big data analytics, AI, cognitive analysis, edge. Edge computing is another branch of computing. So you transport, then the computers do the analytics, then you get analysis to get some actions, decisions, APIs and processes, actionable intelligence, and then finally it's goes into smart human value apps, smart applications, stakeholder benefits, tangible benefits. So this is the ecosystem of Internet of Things. It's again a very it's already quite advanced. A lot of things are being used. It's being used in factories, places hard to reach, remote places. As I said, tractor wear and tear of machines, tractors, assets that you can use it to understand not just routing but also wear and tear, tires, so on and so forth. Okay. Yeah. Another application of artificial intelligence is being chatbots. Yeah. So chatbots, we must have all used it, right? You go to the website and you type in and it answers back as the best you can, right? Sophisticated language processing algorithms. So chatbots are used on the mobiles and third-party apps like Slack, even WhatsApp, to provide virtual customer service that is fast and efficient. To order a shirt from a clothing company, you can tell the chatbot in natural language what you like and what size without leaving the chat system. Yeah. So chatbots, it's become very powerful. A lot of application of machine learning, natural language processing. As anyone has experience with using chatbots, I'm sure, right? Many of you? Yeah, so where have we used that? If you can give examples. Pooja, Devopriya, Pradeep. ICICI Bank. Oh, yes. They have become very sophisticated. That's right. Any other examples where you used it recently? Anyone else? Devopriya. Zomato. Yeah, excellent. Anu. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Deva. On your company website. That's fantastic. Inbound sales. Okay. Very good cases, right? So you see the chatbots have become very core part of enterprise systems, right? Not finding it helpful. Yeah, I think it has to get tuned, right? But let's look at this example. Yeah, we talked of ordering clothes, right? You just look at it that yes, it's not yet reached a level of sophistication, but it saves the company a lot of effort and people, right? So it saves them cost. It may be a little frustrating for humans to interact because there's a lot of information you have to give them and you don't get the answers back. But companies save a lot of money and they're able to actually get smarter and smarter. So this is an example from a clothing store called H&M. Okay, I don't know how readable it is, but just based on the chatbot, so for example, I'll read it out. Hello, welcome to H&M on click. Let's get to know your style. Do you want to see men's or women's? Men's. Okay, let's get started. Which of the following best described you? 30s, great time to learn. I created a custom style for you. Here's a work. Tell me an item. We send you an outfit. shop or share it. Can you choose an item to start? So the person has to choose, right? So choose a backpack and so on and so forth. Backpack, jeans, shirt. We sent you an outfit, shop and share it. Choose an item to start. T-shirt. Okay, here's an outfit with a T-shirt. Yeah. So I'm saying it's a lot of it is happening with the collect information and it's become sophisticated, at least to zero down and then move fast. Right? So chatbots are getting better and better, and people are getting more comfortable using them. So it really depends on how much of the technology is used and how much is being adapted. Yeah, but it's there. It's become a mainstream now. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, and one of the last examples, which is a little more sophisticated, is autonomous cars. Self-driving cars in development, like many companies we know, right? Tesla, Chevrolet, Uber, Tesla. They're basically using your technology through machine learning for navigation, maintenance, and safety, right? So basically, traffic sign signal use supervised learning to identify and parse traffic signs and compare to a labeled data set, right? So that's a great example, right? Labeled data set. Thus, car sees a stop sign, recognize it does signify stop rather than yield or one way, right? So you see, autonomous car self-driving is using a lot of machine learning. Yeah? And that's an example of supervised learning. Obviously, there's a lot more sophistication, lot more what I call things are not definitive. And that's when these guys are improving, getting better and better. Yeah? So this is how Uber's self-driving car, yeah. I don't know how recent this is, but so basically, if you look at it, they have beams, 1.4 million beams per second to create a 3D map of the surroundings, 20 cameras looking for braking vehicles, pedestrians, and other obstacles. A colored camera map into colors so it can see the traffic light changes, antenna to let the car position itself via GPS, modules in the front to detect obstacles and blind spots, a cooling system to make sure everything runs without overheating. So you can see that so many different gadgets, so many different learning systems, all that information has to be processed and then that has to be relayed to the car controls. Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? And this is happening as we speak, right? I'm pretty sure the US, a lot of self-driving cars already got permission, Tesla, Google, and Uber, right? I think you're seeing it's going to expand in the next 5 years and it's going to take over, right? I think. Any questions on this? So I think there's been I probably gave you a lot of stuff to digest, but hopefully the examples make it a little clearer. Yeah. I know you may not remember the concepts that easily, but I think it is important that you understand the concepts so that if you come across these terms, you can actually start using it. Yeah? Any questions? Then what we'll do is we just go into the last bit of deep learning, just from a bit of definitions, and then we'll take questions or anything on the last few days. Yeah. So we saw that artificial intelligence, a broad field within that is machine learning, and there is deep learning. Yeah. Okay. So what is deep learning? Deep learning has revolutionized the artificial intelligence world. Yeah? It's a subset of machine learning. All deep learning is machine learning, but all machine is not. Right? I think we saw the diagram, right? So that's the case. So deep learning, because it avoids the programmer having to undertake the task of feature specifications. The programmer doesn't have to define the features to analyze or optimize how to weigh the data. The algorithm does both, right? It has become much more sophisticated. So breakthrough in deep learning is to model the brain and not the world. Yeah, I think that's where the direction of deep learning is. Yeah, so that's a bit. I know it sounds ambitious, but you look at the progress done in machine learning, right? So deep learning is happening as we speak. So how does a brain do things, right? We understand speech, recognize not by processing exhaustive rules, but through practice and feedback, right? For example, we experience the world as a picture of a car. We make predictions. We receive feedback, yes. Without giving the rules, we learn through training. Yeah. So deep learning is very much there. It is trying to mimic the human method of learning and making judgments. So deep learning uses the same approach. Artificial software calculators approximate the function of neurons in the brain. They form a neural network which receives as an input, analyze, makes a determination, is informed if its determination is correct. If the output is wrong, the connections between neurons are adjusted by the algorithm, which will change future predictions. Initially, the network will be wrong many times, but as we feed in millions of examples, the network starts becoming so powerful, it will make correct determinations. Yeah? So it's basically practice makes perfect. So then after a point, it becomes autonomous. Now we can see that happening, right? With increasing effectiveness, we can recognize elements in pictures, translate languages in real time, use speech to control devices. Yeah. Predict how genetic variation will affect DNA transcription, analyze sentiment, customer reviews, detect tumors in medical images. So deep learning is already being used. Yeah. It's very fascinating, right? Because the progress has been so rapid. Yeah. It's a question. The vehicle safety airbag, I think it's using parameters about acceleration and so on. And maybe, yes, I think, I don't know whether they build it based on machine learning experiments, but the airbag itself is based on acceleration, change in acceleration, brake sensors, many other things. Yeah. I think there is an element of machine learning, but that's used to design the airbag so that it opens up. Yeah. But it's a good question, very interesting question. I'm pretty sure there's a bit of artificial intelligence there and machine learning. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah, good question. I'm sure you can check it up, Pradeep, too. Yeah. Any other question? I know it's been a bit of a scale up in understanding new concepts. In the whole technology world, we have scaled through everything we could think of. But I think you probably have enough idea of the whole digital space, what's changing the world, what's changing fintechs, what's changing organizations, what are the pieces that organizations are grappling with, right from things like cloud to APIs to voice to mobile telephony to customer experience, fintechs, and new technologies like artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, and also the importance of data. Yeah. So I think all this is coming together. Some organizations use some of these technologies, some are using, but everyone is trying to use this to improve the process, new business, new customers, new models. Okay. So I really I wanted to cover, this was all I wanted to cover. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take. I know there's been a lot of content, a lot of you to absorb, but I think it's probably gives you enough for you to now, step back and digest this. Obviously, we've done it in a very short time. Yeah, 4 days of probably intense 2-hour sessions, but I think it's probably going to give you time to assimilate and probably there's a last one bit I'll just share, and then we'll sort of take any questions here. So basically, deep learning is not suited for all problems. Okay, it requires a lot of data sets, takes a lot of power to train and run neural network, and it gives you output. You cannot find out how it has come to the prediction. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You can't find an explainability. Yeah, but it has created a lot of successful prediction engines for many problems. So it's become a powerful tool in the AI developers too. So it has a users, a lot of investment required, a lot of training, and it's not easy to explain always, but I think it's becoming very, very valuable. So this is where I finished the topic on artificial intelligence and machine learning. I think we can open it to any questions on any of the topics from any of the days. I know there's a lot of content you've gone through, but hopefully that gives you enough of a good platform, and keep that in mind whenever you're actually now going to be doing your courses, and think of use cases where you could apply this. Yeah, I think you'll find that it's going to be very rewarding for you. So any questions? Okay. Any questions or any other topics from the previous days or this morning? No, all okay. Hopefully this helps you, open up your eyes to, a lot that is happening around the world, and hopefully that, helps you in your studies and career. Yeah? At least it gives you the platform. So that, I think I'm saying the tour itself is completed. I took you on a tour of many things, and hopefully you're committed, you spent a lot of time, lots of fantastic questions, and hope the time you spent is rewarding now or in the future. Okay, any questions? I'm around here, but I don't have any more things to teach. I think I've covered tremendous ground for you, and I'm around the next few minutes, and you can ask me questions. Oh, there's a question about how do you start a journey, right? I mean, the talk of an investment decision, right? I think I myself haven't done it, so I probably wouldn't. I would say it's the best to at least try to follow what's happening in the market, read up, look at the volatility, and try to learn a bit. Obviously, there's a lot of volatility, so maybe you want to look at understand what stable coins are, or is there a ETF, exchange trade fund on this? Is there a fund that offers it, right? I would say is try to learn about investing itself, yeah, not just cryptocurrencies, but maybe you're doing it in mutual fund stocks, then look at cryptocurrency. Obviously, there's a lot of regulations in India which prohibit that, so you probably have to keep that in mind. Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Yeah. Does that answer your question, Mr. Deba? Yeah, I know I can't give you the point, but I think you should learn a little more on what's happening in the market. Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I myself am not familiar with the cryptocurrency investments. Yeah, personally, I'm not gone into it, but I think as you can see, right, there's a lot of volatility going on, Yeah, so you have to, form an opinion and make your own decisions, I think. Okay. Any other questions on any of the topics also? Okay. I think we're done through all the key things that we wanted to cover in this workshop. I think it's been a long time, lot of time that you're committed. I'm very happy to see all of you there. And hopefully, you got answers to all the questions you're looking for. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Nisha, I think we most
Yeah.
completed everything, so you can,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So good evening, everyone. And first, I would like to thank Professor Ravishankar sir for taking out his such a precious time from his busy schedule and sharing the information, his expertise, his immense knowledge and industry experience with us. And I'm sure, and yeah, we all are very grateful to you, sir. Like with a lot of examples we have learned about this current scenario of financial services and all the finance house changing to it is basically collaborating with the technology. We say that fintech. We have learned about API, digital transformation, cryptocurrencies, digital payments, machine learning, big data, and all. So thank you so much, sir, for that. And looking forward for these kind of workshops that we can have in the near future on some other topics, and maybe this can be taken into more in depth and all the things. And that was a really a pleasure to have you with us. And further, I would like to thank our participants to join us at for all these 5 sessions that sir has taken. And I would request all the participants, if these kind of events are happening in your colleges, kindly invite us or kindly share the information with us. So we'll make sure that we'll be participating in that. And I'm looking forward for your participation for further for these kind of events that will be happening, that will be taking in the near future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And to all of you. And about your certificates, we have already shared the feedback form link in your Gmail. In your email, registered email. So kindly fill the form. The certificate will be generated automatically. So anything, sir, you would like to add on in this?
No, I think it's a great opportunity. I think I must thank yourself, Dr. Nisha, Dr. Shailaja, and Imtiaz, to plan this and take this forward, and to have so many of the participants who spent so much time. It's amazing event. I know it's very intense. I myself feel it. It's back to back. It's a lot of preparation, and for people to spend the time. So I think this is a fascinating thing. I learned a lot also, because one has to go deeper to explain this. So I'm pretty much happy with having done this. I'm also glad we have come to a conclusion. And thanks to all of you and all my faculty members, as well as all the participants, right? Those who have been sitting through this for the last 10 hours, right? And especially on a Saturday evening double session. So I'm very impressed. So good luck to all of you with your future endeavors, whether you're studying or working. And hopefully, we'll be again coming in contact to some future event.
I'm sorry, sir. I just couldn't be there. I joined now. I hope I wish to thank all the students for being a part of this great session, and I wish to thank you, sir, for all the kind of inputs that you have given to the students. And also there's a mail which has already gone to all the students with reference to filling the feedback form, and I've been checking the feedback, and I must tell you, the feedback is something like great. I'll share the detailed feedback report with you as well, sir.
Sure.
And I, on behalf of Team Vriddhi, and also on behalf of School of Commerce and Management Studies, Dayanand Sagar University, I thank each one of you for being a great audience and the participants. Sir, closing remarks from you?
No, I think this is very fascinating. It gives me a lot of ideas on the kind of things that we could do. So thanks again, everyone. We finished a few 10 minutes early. Good to have a cup of tea and wind up for the Saturday evening. Yeah. Take care.
And happy Deepavali festival, sir. Happy Deepavali to you, and happy Deepavali to all the participants, and a very happy Kannada Rajyotsava.
Yes, thank you so much. Same to all of you.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Sir, have a great evening. Thank you very much to you too. Sir.
Yeah. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This
Disha
festival season,
and
wish you all the happiness in this festival season. Happy Deepavali, and all the best to all the participants and everyone.
Thank you, Imtiaz, sir. Thank you, Imtiaz, sir, for all the support. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Imtiaz, very much.
Thank you, Imtiaz, sir. Yeah. And all the coordinators of Vriddhi, we would like to thank you as well.